Recording in progress.
Good morning, Zoleka. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Am I visible?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, you are audible and you are visible, Chair.
Good morning, Jabu. I greeted the wrong PC secretary.
No problem, Chair.
I'm having challenges with my gadget, but
Yes.
lucky I'm at Parliament. I like to come to Parliament for all these reasons.
Yes.
And I hope they will sort me out, but I am on my iPad.
Okay. Okay, Chair. Noted, Chair.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is exactly 9:30, 9:30. Let me welcome each and everyone at this very important meeting. Thank you for flighting the agenda. Today's agenda will be a meeting with the National Arts Council, as well as a briefing from the department. We will deal with the annual performance plans, appointment of council, spending investigations, responses, and we will have elaborations whereby I will give members at the end of these presentations opportunity to ask questions. May I ask for a proposal as well as a seconder to proceed in this fashion? Members, please feel free to just speak as I can't see on the gadget.
I move the agenda, Chair.
Please, your name.
Sipose Tumtamzeli.
Let me just adjust this. It's a little bit soft. Is there a seconder?
Excuse me, Chair. Excuse me, Chair. The adoption is for the members of the portfolio committee, Chair. The person that has just.
Yes, I thought it is a member, but who
No,
was
it's not,
that?
Chair.
Wasn't
It's
it
a member of council.
Asking myself what's happened. Let me share on behalf of the portfolio committee. I thought it is a new member. Let me move, Chair, to adopt the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see
A second.
Honorable Kobani as seconded. Thank you so much. Portfolio Secretary, is there any apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members and everyone on the platform. Yes, Chairperson, we do have apologies. We have Mr. Daniels is in the meeting, Chair, but is asked to be excused at 11 as he has other commitments. Mamungosi is still on oversight with Public Works, Chair. Mamu Mutambi is attending the Magistrates Commission, and Ms. Potgieter is writing exams today, Chairperson. We also received an apology from the Minister. He will arrive late in today's meeting, Chair, as he is required to attend the unveiling ceremony at Freedom Park with the Australian Prime Minister from 9:30 to 11. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other apologies from any member? Is there any apologies from the side of the NAC? NAC, please unmute. Do we have the full contingent of the NAC members on this meeting? I know that we have received communication, but I would like the NAC to do it themselves for record purposes.
Good morning, Chair. This is Vincent Mashare from the NAC, the acting CEO. I see that there's a message from the NAC Chair. I'm not sure if he's able to speak, but...
Please proceed, Mr. Botha. Please unmute.
Okay. Apologies, Chair.
There's a technical problem this time.
May I indicate who from the NAC has tendered their apologies? Because I've got the list here with me.
Please proceed.
Okay, I will start. We've got HRH President Dlamini, the Deputy Chair, has tendered her apologies, as well as Mr. Bongani Tembe, Mr. Clint Brink, Dr. Diharde, Ms. Ompemetsi Mohosi, Ms. Stephanie Da Silva, Advocate Twin Gwenya, and Dr. Zolani Mkiva. Those are the apologies, Chair.
Is that the apologies?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. I think it is imperative for the...
Chair, sorry for now, without any raising the hands. In the committee, how many there are, Chair? I'm apologize for not raising the hands.
That's fine, Honorable Kobani. How many?
Because I see a lot of apology from their side, more it's like 8. How many there are?
Oh, Chair, I'll just check how many there are, but the members who had indicated that they were going to be able to attend this meeting are 16. So I'm sure that the ones who have not yet joined should be joining shortly. So we're expecting 16.
16 members not attending.
Attending. Out of 24, 16 are attending and 8 have tendered apologies.
Okay. Any apologies from the side of the adjudication panel?
Chair, yeah, in terms of the adjudication panels, they are currently in the process of adjudicating the PSP 6 application. So, we have committed a date for the announcement of the results, which is the 1st of December. Chair, as you may be aware, that the number of applications for PSP 6 is quite large. So they are currently working overtime to make sure that we get the necessary approvals of the recommended projects by next week, so that on the 1st we are able to attend to announce the results. So on that note, Chair, we would like to apologize for the inability of the panel members not to attend this meeting for those reasons outlined above.
Okay, so I think it's imperative for us to ensure that Mr. Eugene Botha form part of this meeting and perhaps also lead us with some of the responses. Because in light of the responses and the apologies, and also the absence of the adjudication committee, I would like us to first address that issue because it is very, very critical for us as a committee. Firstly, when it comes to the adjudication committee, I think chairperson, a former spokesperson of Dr. Naledi, Mr. Stephen Mutale, has boldly indicated in our previous meeting that he will be present whenever we call them. I think that is important. But I also want to be fair to weigh up the two things vis-a-vis the meeting of today as well as the meeting that they have on the other side. Now, I want to make it very clear that we are lawmakers. And when Parliament make a call on anyone in South Africa, they are duty-bound to respect that call. Which in this particular case, I think it doesn't go off well with the adjudication committee not present, taking into consideration, honorable members, the amount of monies that we are spending from this particular entity. With that said, I need a response on that, but please flag that. The second issue I want to address, we have gone through numerous reports and communication over this last 3-4 days, of which some of them is a very important letter from the minister to the NAC Council. And the minister has made very serious announcements in that particular letter. And I want to know what are the reasons why the letter was not honored by the minister in terms of his recommendation to suspend the interim CEO at the time. Now, I think the deputy chair, as well as, but in his letter also there's another name that I can't see, whether she is part of the council, Ms. Bula. Now, I would like to know the reasons why the minister's letter has been ignored. He has the right to do what he has done in that particular letter. Then I also, before we're going to start this meeting, is a letter by the public protector to the department. And if you read the letter of the minister, stating very clear that in terms of the responses on all the allegations, it does not, carry the weight. So I would like from the department as well, as far as those recommendations from the public protector concerning that outcome, whether the NAC has fulfilled or comply with those. So we are having almost 3 or 4 issues before we're going to start this meeting. Firstly, very most importantly, is the status of the NEC. Because there are names being mentioned that is absent or apologize for this meeting, and there are names that is present, of which the minister has mentioned that he placed them on precautionary leave. So once we deal with that status, we can proceed with this meeting. But very much importantly, so I am very much eager on behalf of the committee to find out what was the reason of those 8 members being absent, because most of, if not all of them, are serving on the NAC. Were there any reason given to the NAC?
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Is that Mr. Botha?
It is, yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks so much. It's very crucial that you, be accessible on these issues. I'm not too sure, Mr. Botha, whether you have get all the issues that I've raised. If not, I'm happy to do that again.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair. Chair, so if I can just confirm, there's 2 key questions. Maybe I missed the third one. Regarding the advisory panel, you mentioned Mr. Motale. Then you also asked about the letter from the minister regarding the investigation and the suspensions. Is there another one that I missed?
Yeah, Mr. Botha, in his letter, the minister has made it very clear after the public protector's report that he has made some recommendations. I want to know why the NAC did not fulfill as far as that requirement from the minister is concerned. That is the first thing. The second thing is, but maybe it will be automatically answered pertaining to the ones who have asked apology. I want to know the reasons. Because if you read the report of the public protector, some of them who are absent are implicated. I am very eager on behalf of the committee to hear the reasons why they are not present. And there are also members in terms of the recommendations by the minister is that are present today. Then the adjudication committee, I've said that, and the chairperson of the NEC mustn't take me wrong. This meeting has been scheduled almost 2 months ago. And 2 months ago, the adjudication committee know about this date. That's 2 months, 1.5 or 2 months. Also pertaining to our program as a committee, this have been fully sent to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Dr. Kumalo. So those are the issues, Mr. Botha.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the first issue is regarding the letter. Let me rather give an update. I think there's a lot of missing information, so the committee can be clear. Immediately after receiving that letter, we called a council meeting. At the council meeting, we resolved to proceed with the requested review or investigation. So obviously, you can't just appoint people. You have to follow a SCM process. That SCM process was undertaken. And the CEO, the acting CEO, Mr. Vincent Mashale, advised me yesterday that investigating firm has been appointed. And with that, the implicated persons, which are Ms. Reshma Bula, who's the acting or interim CFO, and Ms. Julie De Porfo, who's the the arts director manager, are placed on special leave, and that's the reason they're not here today. And then, so that investigation is happening. We have taken that letter very seriously. We've taken allegations. So the first step was to ask the persons implicated for a response. We uphold the principles of Audi Altrum Partem. We then addressed that to the minister. The minister said, look, he understands what we're saying, but he wants further investigation because there are some issues that were not adequately replied to. And that's what triggered this. So council has taken it extremely seriously. We acted with all due process and haste. That's underway. And as I say, Ms. Julie De Porfo, who's in the administration, and Ms. Reshma Bula, who's in the administration, are on special leave. They were supposed to be here today to do presentations, but as a result of this leave, they're not going to. So we've had to move fast to bring in other people to do the presentations today. As far as Mr. Tembe, Princess Glamini, and Ms. De Silva are concerned, we did address the letter to the minister clarifying, because there was a bit of a conflict in the letter regarding them being named and sort of implied that they should be suspended. The minister then clarified it, said no, they don't have to be suspended, but the investigation must just include a review over them. They're council members. As to why they're not here today, I didn't ask them for reasons. I think, as this committee knows, all the council members are professional people. Some of us have to, take leave, etc., from our businesses to be here. So unfortunately, I think it's difficult to get all 24 members at the committee, the portfolio committee meetings. So I don't know. I can't, they just tendered apologies. I can't speak for them. And then, so I think that deals with that particular issue, Chair. Right.
I'm happy. I was asking the reasons because there are, if you read the reports, very serious allegations against them. But I'm happy with the response, Mr. Botha.
Yeah, we are taking that seriously, Chair.
The adjudication committee?
As far as the adjudication committee is concerned, I think there must be some confusion because, and just bear with me, I don't know exactly how the committee understands this, but in the National Arts Council, we have a number of advisory panels. So for each arts segment, there's 7 segments that we then go out and get advisory panels, which are also industry experts, doctors, professors, academics, experts in the industry, who come together and they review the applications on merit, and then they submit that to the council for approval, right? So those advisory panels are quite far removed. They're not in the council. They're not, they're sort of separate little subcommittees of the council, if that makes sense. The adjudication committee, you mentioned Mr. Mutale, we have no relation with the adjudication committee. There's no connection to them at all. So if that adjudication committee, because I looked at the NAC invite, and the NAC invite didn't ask for the advisory panel members, it asked for the council members. So we were a bit surprised in the last few days to hear that there was a request. And I think it's now clear where the confusion is. The adjudication panel is something else. I don't know. You mentioned, Mr. Mutale, it's not something that falls under the NAC. So I think that we must just step out of that line in regards to that.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Botha. The portfolio secretary, can you shed some light on the invitation and also the bearing the adjudication will have in this particular meeting pertaining to their task?
Chair, can we ask the content advisor to kindly assist?
It's fine. Please proceed, Fiona.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everyone on the platform. As far as I recall, the adjudication panel was invited to this meeting. Thanks, Chairperson.
Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not responding on behalf of the Secretariat, but I also wanted just to clarify, let me switch my video on, sorry. I also wanted to clarify that the Mr. Mutale, the chairperson was referring to, is not a member of the adjudication panel adjudicating applications to NAC. I think you are referring to the MGE adjudication panel, which is not part of the NAC. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, with that said, we will come back to that particular issue. Honourable members, we are going to proceed with this meeting, and I must say that on behalf of the committee, myself, I really welcome the decision taken by the minister, with particular reference if you read those reports. But my biggest concern is, and it is also pity, but I hope there will be some responses as far as the systems is concerned within the organization when it comes to where these individuals was involved. Because clearly, if you read all these documents, it was quite a huge chunk of documents. You become concerned as to whether there were systems in place with particular reference of what has been transpired within, or rather, it's almost like a cartel that if you read those reports. So we say if there are not systems in place, NAC have to tell us, and the era for trust is long gone. We are now in the era of show us. We are having a serious task as a committee to interrogate. I'm just from, I think, Monday or Tuesday. I'm from a 2026 production launch at the Artscape Theatre in Cape Town. And Dr. Kumalo, I must say that it has been announced that almost for this year alone, 400,000 feet has been gone through those doors of the Artscape. And this is wonderful news. And this is what we want to hear. We had to cancel another meeting with Artscape, I think, in Gauteng, because of a delay in a forensic report. But I would argue that there is hope, and we as the committee, we as the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, we as NAC should not give up. I think Nehao is also in this meeting. I haven't asked whether there is any apologies. They are also going to make some presentations, but it is serious issues when it comes to today's meeting. It is concerns and grievance by Nehao. It is also letters. It is the minister's intervention. It is even staff of the NAC that has now been placed under administration, and which is actually penned down as because of or due to dirty deals within the organization. NAC payment to law firms, overrun budgets to millions. So these are the issues, and I was so concerned when I look at the attendance of people said that they will come, and I was like, what's happening here? The minister has suspended people, and it seems that NAC has devised that. But Mr. Botha, I am impressed and happy that there was an immediate act, very fast and quick, and so that we can actually move forward. If we can just flight the agenda, I just lost mine now, so that I can give an opportunity in terms of the agenda. I think it's the department, Chabu, that's going to address us first. I can't see overview by the department on the National Arts Council and the National Arts Council. Dr. Kumalo, I'm not sure who's going to lead us, but feel free to do so.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you, to the honorable members, to the Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the Council, together with the Council members and my colleagues. I would like to, Chair, I had put my hand up also earlier on because I wanted to request between 12 and 1 o'clock that I be allowed to switch my connection to the use of the phone, because I'm just going to be addressing a conference at that time between 12 and 1 o'clock, if the meeting will still be going on. So my hand was up earlier on just to make that request while I would remain connected to the meeting. Chairperson, our presentation as a department will follow the normal format that we would follow when reporting on entities. The acting DDG, Mr. Tsanyana, under whom the oversight, entity oversight unit falls, would take the committee through the detail of the presentation. But I do want to just indicate that as I said, we will cover how the entity is performing, also on the audit outcomes, but we will then focus a bit more on governance matters. As you can see, there are 5 sub-items that we'll talk to when it comes to governance matters. Through the Chairperson, I would like then to hand over to the acting DDG, Mr. Tsanyane. Mr. Tsanyane, you can go on, sir.
It's Friday.
Please unmute.
Okay, if he's, I don't know whether he was here. I'm trying to see whether he's still here, but if he's having a problem, Chairperson, allow me. He says he's here, so I'm not sure what is happening. Please unmute and go on and do the presentation, Mr. Tsanyane. Okay, Chair, perhaps without wasting the time of the committee, let me go ahead with the presentation, even though I would have just to summarize because the person responsible was going to give the detail. I would not talk to the mandate. I think this meeting is also a follow-up meeting from what I understand. So some of the things like the mandate, I would therefore not talk to. In terms of the performance, the normal approach in doing our presentations regarding the overview that is to do with entities is that we will talk to how they have performed as against what is contained in their annual performance plans and as against the key performance indicators contained therein. The last year that was audited, which was the 24-25, the entity achieved 84%, and 16% was not achieved. I believe they would then talk a bit more in terms of the non-achievement. If we then move on to the next slide, looking at their financial allocation. The NAC last financial year allocation totaled 124 million, which included a 3.5 million in infrastructure grant, which is normally allocated to entities based on maintenance or repairs that might be required in terms of the building or buildings that they occupy, depending. Total for this current financial year is 127 million. Again, it includes that small amount in terms of the infrastructural requirements that they might have. And the presentation also indicates for the next financial year what the allocation is. If we then move on with the presentation, over the last 3 audited years, the NAC has managed to achieve an unqualified opinion as per the outcome of the audit done by the Auditor General of South Africa. However, the members need to note that while the report or the opinion was unqualified, there were findings. And then if we move on to the next slide, we highlight what those audit findings were, the various indicators that they had in their APP that were not clearly defined during the planning process. Therefore, it was cited by the AG that the indicators are not useful for measuring and reporting on progress against planned objectives. Also, the AG indicated that they were unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Reference is being made to the relevant section in the PFMA, and it was indicated by the AG that this was because investigations into fruitless and wasteful expenditure were not performed by the entity. Moving on, we talk to the composition of the council, again making reference to the applicable clauses in the National Arts Council Act, and let me not read through that. It does indicate the membership. Members would perhaps also recall that there are members that are appointed by the minister, and then there are also representatives that would come through the nominations and submissions done by the members of the executive in each of the provincial departments of sport, arts and culture. The current panel's term of office is as of the beginning of January 2025, and it's a 3-year term of office going to the 31st of December 2028. Now, this then depicts, this slide depicts the names, the expertise of these members of council, gender representation, and the racial split in terms of the classification of each of the members. Chairperson would then note, without me reading through each one, on the first slide that is on the screen, there are 4 members, and the categories that are spoken to are indicated. And the next slide takes the members through more council members and their profiles, as I have indicated. In the next slide, there are more members. Allow me, Chairperson, just to indicate that the categorization in terms of the expertise, gender and race covers all, if we go to the next slide, all the members of the council as indicated, including those that are nominated by MECs and submitted by MECs. This particular slide would normally talk to the oversight activities which are held. It could be council member meetings, it could be their subcommittees that they have set up, including the audit committee and the management meeting. So I won't read through the numbers, and please move through to the next slide. And then what we would normally also report about to the portfolio committee is with regard to the governance engagements, the structures that had been set up by the department to play oversight, and we are giving indication of the meetings that have been held with those different structures, and they would then be led by the oversight unit that I said Mr. Tanyana is in charge of, in terms of the actual matters or focus areas that these meetings would deal with. Some cross-cutting, some specific to the entity. This is the composition of the executive management. Earlier on, Mr. Mashale did indicate that he is the interim CEO. His substantial position in the entity is that of a company secretary. We are made to understand that the board then made a decision up until they filled the position of the CEO to have him act. Chairperson, and then the other members in the executive management, as the detail received from the entity has also been indicated on this slide. If we then move on to the next slide, we speak to the composition of the staff. What the figures that we are showing as against what the entity has submitted is a total of 45, with 27 and females and 18 males, and then there's a racial split: 42 Africans, no color, 2 Indians and 1 white. That is the staff complement. Moving on, we then specify some of the challenges. Chairperson, I do want to indicate that in our report you would note that we would talk to challenges, but these would mostly be high-level challenges. It wouldn't necessarily mean those are the only challenges perhaps that the department is dealing with in as far as that entity is concerned, but it would be some of the challenges, mostly high-level ones. The issue here, firstly, that we believe the NAC needs to deal with is the filling of vacant posts, especially at senior management level, with regard to both the CEO and the CFO positions. And we do indicate what we deem the impact in terms of the overall performance and the hindrance that will be brought about if the entity doesn't prioritize that. And the NAC, I believe they will talk today in this meeting about how far this particular process has gone. We also give indication, Chairperson, and you have made reference to this. Allow me not to go into detail because, again, I think if there are further questions, the NAC, the board or management will then give further details. But the Chairperson earlier on was making, I believe, reference also to this complaint that was received through the public protector. And I would not read the detail. The members would have the detail in our presentation, but as I said, NAC would also then talk to that in further detail, also talking about what is being done. if the matter is to do especially with management, or the allegations, etc., are to do with management, that matter would be handed to the board, and then they would report back to the shareholder, the minister and the department. We will then, as I'm sure the members would understand, get involved if it is specifically implicating a board, but also it depends on the nature of the allegation. In some instances, the board would still be asked to deal with the matter before a more concise investigation is done. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Tanyane. Oh, sorry, I'm talking on this down. We then would like to conclude our overview at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. I also want to welcome the representatives of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program in our meeting. And then Deputy Minister, once again, welcome. My apologies, I haven't seen you. So is there still anyone who's going to speak after you, DG, or should I ask the NAC representative to give us their presentation?
It would be the NAC. I'm just going to check on the acting DG to come in later if she's got anything else.
Thank you. NAC, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to ask acting CEO. I know there's been some changes as a result of the special leave, so I just didn't make a note on that. Mr. Mashali, if you can just introduce our first speaker, our first presentation.
Thank you. The first presentation will be it's on the annual report 2024-25 annual report. That will be handled by Ms. Lerato Mpahlele and Mr. Charles Drinkwater, as well as Mr. Sibonelo Chauke. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Minister and the DG and all the members present here. I will be presenting on the annual report of the NAC. Just to start the slide. Chair, this is just an overview of what we will be presenting in this presentation. We'll just give an overview of the introduction, the overview of the NAC's annual APP annual performance. Then we'll go into the program-specific performance, and then we'll just conclude from there. And then do the finance section, sorry, then conclude from there. Just to give an introduction, of course, we are aligned with the prescript of having to comply with the Public Service Act of 1994, the DPME frameworks, revised frameworks, the Public Finance Management Act, as well as the National Arts Council Act. To then go into the overview of the NAC's performance. The National Arts Council operates through two main programs. The first program being the arts development, and then the second one being the administration. During the 2024-25 financial year, the National Arts Council had 25 indicators. And in terms of the overall performance of the National Arts Council for the 24-25 financial year, we had an achievement of 84% with 16% non-achievement. Just getting into a detailed area. For program one, we had 15 indicators, and we had 10 indicators. For program one, we achieved 13 out of the 15 with the non-achievement of 2 indicators in program one. Then in program two, we had an achievement of 8 indicators and a non-achievement of 2 indicators. Just to give you that overview breakdown of the true performance influencing the 84 to 16% achievement and non-achievement of the NAC. And then just to delve into program one, arts development. The purpose of the indicator, of course, is to create a sustainable arts capabilities through funding and strategic partnerships. And then, of course, the aim is to increase access to markets at quick-performing art spaces, which will lead to showcasing and networking opportunities. The NAC funds according to discipline funding, and these are the different, the 7 disciplines that we fund. Just to then show you Program 1 in terms of its contribution to the 8016 contribution to the overall achievement of the NAC. As stated, we have achieved 13 and not achieved 2. These are the indicators that we had. We have achieved on the basis of indicator 1.1, percentage of grant funding allocated to the 6 under-resourced provinces, where our target was 50, output achievement was 55.1%, resulting in an achievement. The second indicator being percentage of grant funding allocated to under-resourced groups across the 9 provinces. Our target was 40, and the output achievement that the NAC has achieved is 70.44%. In terms of the third indicator, number of capacity building programs on indigenous knowledge systems and intellectual property, we had a target of 6 and we had an output achievement of 10. Looking at indicator now 1.4, number of community arts centers funded producing content or training on indigenous arts, we had 4 as a target, and our output achievement was 5. In terms of the number of indigenous art forms funded by the NAC, our target was 8 and the output achievement was 14. Then you would then look, Chair, that indicator 1.1 to 1.5 covered the strategic area output of increased access to the NAC by providing support to all sectors of our communities, particularly those who are marginalized. Then you would have the other strategic output focus, where is to promote the appreciation, understanding, and enjoyment of, and to foster the expression of national identity by means of the art. In this output area, we have indicator 1.6, which is a percentage increase in the number of NAC approved grants. We had looked to have a 1% target. However, our output achievement was minus 5%, which resulted in the non-achievement of this particular indicator. When you look at 1.7, increase in the number of approved grants, we had a target of 927. Our output achievement for the financial year was 888, which resulted in a non-achievement. Moving on swiftly, we would then look at the strategic output area, which is to provide thought leadership, advocacy, and policy direction on matters concerning arts and culture. Indicator 1.8, number of arts-related publications, which would be research, position papers, articles, success stories, best practices, etc. We had a target of 8 and we had an output achievement of 8. 1.9, which is the number of industry engagements, interviews, roundtables, webinars, workshops, art summit, etc. We had a target of 6 and our output achievement was 6, resulting in an achievement. On 1.10, we had monitoring and evaluation, where we conducted an impact assessment report. The target was to deliver that impact assessment report. And as an output achievement, we did do an impact assessment report on the arts organizations, AOSF. I'm sorry, I just can't recall the acronym as of now. Apologies for that. But then it was achieved and we delivered on that report. To go further into the strategic output area, to establish and strengthen partnerships for arts delivery and promotion, we had indicator 1.11, number of MOUs signed with industry strategic international and national partners. We had a target of 1 and we had an output achievement of 2. In terms of 1.12, we had a number of operational help desks. The target was 2 and we managed to achieve 7 in that regard. Then on the last one, Chair, third last one, we would have 1.13, which is the number of block bursary MOUs signed, with 40% of the block bursaries approved to 6 under-resourced provinces and 60 shared between the remaining provinces. We had a target of 9 and we achieved 16 block bursary MOUs signed. and it was achieved. Then looking at the last two indicators, which focus on the strategic output areas to grow the economy through the arts, 1.14, which is a mechanism for funding mobilization with external bodies. The target was to get a service provider appointed, and indeed we had a service provider appointed. In terms of 1.15, a partnership for skills development, an MOU. The target was an MOU for capacity building, and as an output, we have managed to sign an MOU with TUT for skills development, and thus it was achieved. Chair, just to then give a detailed understanding of indicators that we have highlighted in terms of why they were not achieved. The indicators, of course, is the increase in the number of approved grants and percentage increase in the number of NAC approved grants. The reasons of why we could not achieve, because due to the budget allocation that we had for the NAC in terms of the various fundings that we have under the NAC budget and the PSP funding, there was a significant variation of about 23%, decline relative to the previous financial year, and thus it influenced these two indicators not being achieved. I will then just proceed to just give some disaggregations of the NAC's Program 1's Arts Development funding analysis. As you can see, this is the funding breakdown that we had. As you can see, the first column would speak to the different funding programs that we have with the NAC, looking at the NAC's annual funding, the emergency funding, bursaries, which are in 3 components. Then you've got the company funding, which is AOSF, as organizational support funding. And then you've got the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. These are the number of projects that we funded, and this is the grand total that we have spent in terms of these various programs. Then just to give an overview of the various projects that we funded in the various disciplines, you will see multidiscipline has the highest, followed by music and then by craft, with not a large variation between the other disciplines. Then when we look at the approved funding status progress overview, for the 24-25 financial year, out of all the projects that we have funded, 94.8% of the projects that have been approved by council have been allocated their first tranche, they have reported, and they have received their final tranches. Then when we look at the orange area, which is 63 to 68, this is an indication that we have dispersed the funds to the beneficiaries, and the beneficiaries were in the process of kickstarting their reporting to the NAC, and that was by the end of the financial year, it was sitting at about 3.9% of the total projects that we had. Then you look at 61, which is funds dispersed to beneficiaries, which is sitting at about 0.5%. This is where we have dispersed funds to the beneficiaries. However, by the time the financial year ended, they had not triggered the process of reporting on the implementation of their projects. Then you'd see the red, which is from 50 to 55, which is the revision and all contract dispersed. That was about 0.8%. These are beneficiaries that were approved by council, and however, when the revision was to be done, and or when the contract was dispersed to these beneficiaries, they either did not fully enact on the revision and or send back the contract back to the NAC to kickstart the first tranche disbursement. Just to give you a funding demographics of how the NAC did in terms of gender funding support, 51.1% of our funding went to females, with 48.5% going to males and 0.4% going to non-binaries. In terms of the gender spread. When we look at the youth spread, you would see from the allocation that we had given to females, 51.3% were youth and 48.7% were non-youth. in comparisons to the males, where 56.5% of the males that we've disbursed funds to were non-youth, and 43.5% were youth. And then looking at the non-binary, 100% of those beneficiaries were youth. Just to then give the provincial funding spread, in terms of allocating our funding to the 6 marginalized provinces, we had, out of the total amount of funding that we've dispersed, 55.1% went to those areas. And when you look at the metropolitan areas, you're looking at 44.9%. Then when we just come to the funding spread in terms of race, you would see that 80% of the funding had gone to Africans, with 7% going to coloreds, 11% going to whites, and 2% going to Indians. When you look at the funding amounts, that is how it would also translate in terms of the percentiles that we have just alluded to in that regard. Then, Chair, I would then move on to Program 2, which is administration. In terms of administration, this outcome seeks to build the internal capabilities and capacity that the NAC will require to implement its strategy. It incorporates the following. We'll talk about governance and risk management, HR, support, finance, communications, ICT, and research. In terms of Program 2's performance contributing to the overall, we had an 80% achievement and 20% non-achievement, resulting in 8 indicators being achieved and 2 indicators not being achieved. Then, Chair, just going into the specifics, we see that in terms of the strategic output areas of this area, to strengthen the internal capabilities of the NAC to effectively deliver on its strategic plan, indicator 2.1, which is on excellent corporate governance. Our target was an unqualified audit opinion, and our output achievement was an unqualified. Looking at 2.2, percentage threshold of reduced vacancy rate, that was a 9%. And in terms of the vacancy rate, it was sitting at 5.5%. When you look at indicator 2.3, percentage of skills plan implemented, we had a target of 60%, and our output achievement, we managed to do a skills plan implementation of 74%. Looking at 2.4, percentage network uptime, we had a target of having a network uptime of 98%. However, on a cumulative throughout the financial year, we found ourselves sitting at a 96.07%, which resulted in the non-achievement of our set target. Looking at a 2.5, were readiness for NAVF measure. This is where the NAC had a target of having an NAC position paper. However, the position paper was not ultimately produced as you can see, and it was resulted in a non-achievement on that. Looking at 2.6, where you had downtown asset disposal, well, target was to sign an MOU with Downtown Studios, and we did have an output achievement of having a signed MOU with Downtown Studios. Looking at 2.7, number of approved art platforms supported, programs and showcasing, we had a target of 8, and our output achievement was 9. 2.8, number of arts industry promotion engagements, looking at events, workshops, campaign, roundtables, etc. We had a target of 6, and we had an output achievement of 6. Looking at 2.9, number of industry stakeholders reached through social. We had a target of 53,000, and our output was 108,000. Looking at indicated 2.10, which is the last one, Chair, number of industry stakeholders impressions on social media, we had a target of about 28,500, and our output achievement was 99,800, and that was achieved. Chair, then just going into providing the reasons of non-achievement for the 2 indicators, the one indicator being percentage network uptime. This was due to the area-wide power outages and load sheddings where the NAC experienced in terms of its office location. and that affected the network uptime of the NAC. When we look at the readiness for the NAVF measure, the reason for non-achievement there is that the minister, the Sports, Arts and Culture Minister, had cancelled the amalgamation of the public entities project in a letter that was for public entities on the 2nd of September of 2024. Chair, with that, I conclude the performance issues of the report, and I'd like to hand over to Mr. Charles Drinkwater to do the financial areas. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. The next speaker.
Thank you, Lerato. Thank you, Chair. Lerato, if you can just move to the next slide, please. Chair, while she's moving, I'll be taking members through the material findings raised in the audit report for the 24-25 financial year. There are two areas with material findings, the first being the APR and the second consequence management. In terms of the APR, there were two findings that were raised. The first was on the number of Indigenous art forms funded by the NAC. Chair, the finding there was in essence that the NAC focused on the individual number of applications that we funded, in other words, the beneficiaries. However, in our technical indicator description, the way that we have written it, it focuses on the art forms, in other words, categories. So there was some disjuncture between the individual beneficiary and the art form itself, and therefore the indicator was deemed not well defined. Then in terms of the second indicator, the number of block bursaries, MOUs signed. And Chair, that should have been the target. And then the second part is where the finding comes in, where we say that 40% of block bursaries approved to the 6 underserved provinces and 60% shared between the remaining. And in actual fact, in the testing phase, it was determined that 25% was allocated to the underserved provinces. However, the target was not split between 60 and 40. That was more, it was included in the name of the indicator, and therefore it was not well defined. So this target was actually met. It was the second portion of the name on the indicator that was not well defined. And that's that for the APR. If we can move to consequence management, please. Chair, in terms of consequence management, the auditor stated that they were unable to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps has been taken against officials who incurred irregular and fruitless expenditure. The amount in question relates to expenditure incurred in the 22-23 financial year for an employee that was paid without a signed employment contract. And Chair, those members have since been on suspension. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Lerato, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we would conclude our presentation in this manner, and I'll hand back to the CEO. Thanks.
Mr. Botha, who is going to speak now?
Thank you, Chair. I believe it's the acting CEO. No, it's the Arts Director Manager or the person standing in Ms. Pulengle Sala. Am I right, acting CEO? Sorry, we've had last minute changes, so I just want to confirm.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you, acting CEO.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry, I keep talking and I'm not realizing that my My mic was off. Chair, before I then continue to introduce myself, I would like to do the formal greetings. As we know, this is an important session, an important meeting. I would like to formally greet you, Chair, as the Portfolio Committee Chair, and the members of Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Chairperson of the National Arts Council of South Africa, the executive leadership of the department, and the Honourable Council members that I really have been seeing them on the lobby. Greetings to also the National Arts Council colleagues. Good morning today. I would like to be given a second to just share my presentation. I would like to share it myself, Chair, because it becomes quite easy when you have to speak through it than having to rely on someone to share it. Just give me a second, Chair. Chair, I will rely on you telling me if the presentation is visible.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, thank you. Lerato, since you're in the space, can I share the presentation to you and you can share it on your side? I would really appreciate that if it's fine with you. Thank you. I'm sharing it with you now and please let me know if you got it. Apologies, members and Chair, for this technical glitches. I've shared, Lerato, you can confirm if you have the presentation. Oh, I think Lerato, you can leave it. I am able to share. Chair, please, with due respect, can you let me know if you can see the presentation?
We can see it now. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just take it to a slide mode. Thank you. Chair, thank you very much and for your patience and the members. My name is Buleng Lesala. I'm a project manager within the Arts Development Unit. My role is to take the members and the public and with some of my colleagues and honorable council members, the activities undertaken by the Arts Development Unit. So what I'm going to do is just to take the members of all the activities we were able to conclude in the year 2024-2025. My presentation will have an introduction, the role of the arts, the NAC, the Presidential Stimulus Program, which is PSP 5, and the 2024 annual call that we have concluded and the block bursary that we have concluded and done and dusted with it, and the Arts Organizational Support Funding, which is AOSF, and the impact and successful stories. The introduction, Chair, you know, when you come to such session, you don't take it for granted that people know about the NAC. You really have to have the liberty or the responsibility to actually give some kind of information. This presentation will give an update about the NAC funding, specifically on our annual call, as organizational support funding and the presidential stimulus program and the block bursary. The presentation will also provide an overview, progress, impact, challenges, and future plans in fulfilling the NAC mandate. Oh, sorry. The role of the NAC was established through the Act of Parliament 1997, and the mandate is to support and promote the development of the arts, funding, capacity building, and advocacy. In alignment to the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, we strategize and also put our policies aligned to the DSAC and the National Development Plan, the NAC being an entity that plays a very pivotal role in ensuring that equitable access to the arts funding, nurturing talent, and supporting sustainable livelihood within the sector. The presidential stimulus program, I think it's important that I start with it because it's forever one program that we are always proud of, Chair and honorable members. We have implemented the PSP in collaboration with our mother body, the department, and it has been one of the important programs that we are really shining throughout in supporting the sector. This was a phase 5 that we were given the opportunity to create jobs and income opportunities in the creative and cultural industries. The key achievement, and I think it's important to highlight that, though it will have to come with challenges, we supported over 14,691 jobs in the sector to date. And but that includes beneficiaries across 7 disciplines that we are aligned with, which includes artists, technicians, community art centers, and we focus really on rural and township economies and youth empowerment. The challenges become a song all the time whenever we go to any meet session where we need to speak about real challenges. Is high demand and with limited resources. We are confronted with an overwhelming numbers of applications, whether you call for normal call or PSP, applications of artists demanding or actually requesting the NAC to support them to ensure that their concepts, they see a light of the day. They are really high, and we constantly having a purse that is reducing each and every year. The administrative burden on small organizations, we can't run away from it, is that as the NAC, we encourage that there should be formal establishment, but we're constantly being confronted by no sustainability, by no organization that are growing. There is a need strong monitoring and project outcomes. It's been an issue that we always deal with time and again each year, that the capacity we have is quite very limited, and we are unable to really go hard on monitoring and evaluation, which is also part of the site visit in particular. The NAC had received a overwhelming number of applications, and I think, Chair, I would like to, and members, to stress on the provincial spread and the provincial representation that we receive. We have received 4,385, which are requesting over 1.925 billion. And you can see that Gauteng taking the highest, and Eastern Cape coming as the second of all the marginalized, or we would say underserviced provinces that are really presenting very overwhelming applications, but we are always not being able to support them really to that number that they're requesting from us. You have KwaZulu-Natal, you have Limpopo, who are always neck on neck, and which is always surprising to us each year that those provinces, they're always like presenting very strong representation. Other provinces, they come in drips and drabs, and the quite impressive province that keeps shining each and every month, every call, sorry, Chair, is the Northern Cape, which it used to be one province that we used to want to come cry for more applications, but they have represented quite a decent number of applications. And these are the sad realities that we have to be faced with, having to have a large number of applications that are requesting quite a lot of money to be supported, and we are unable to give that support evenly. My split for graphics, you'll see in terms of the graphic representation, Gauteng taking the lead, KwaZulu-Natal second, and the Limpopo coming as number 3rd, and Eastern Cape and Northern Cape being the least, and Free State having and Mpumalanga having the same equal number. This is some of the realities that we always have to be faced with each year. Chair, this is the applications that we were able to support we were able to give funding to. As you can see, 567 from the over 4,000 applications we have received. We're able to give only 567. And you will see in terms of the disciplines and also in terms of the provinces, you will see that Gauteng also takes the lead, KwaZulu-Natal takes the second lead, and and other provinces, Eastern Cape, Free State, they have similar numbers of applications that have been circulated, being allocated funding. We have a gracefully number of 98% of the allocation. And I think, Chair, the reason why we want to emphasize and put it in bold is that for the first time in so many years that NAC can go this far in terms of allocation and disbursement of PSP. And it's quite a very good achievement, and it tells you that NAC and the sector are now working as partners. And also the sector is really taking serious the NAC in terms of giving us accountability. There has been a very good collaboration between us, and unfortunately we have an amount of over 2.3 million that we need to return from the funds that were not claimed. But Chair, which and committee members, if you were to look at the amount that we dispersed and the amount that needs to be returned, there is a huge difference. It means performance has taken the highest level, and non-performing is really not taking that much. And at least now we show that there is a bit of challenges that we're going to present, and the challenges that we're always faced with our beneficiaries adhering to the requirement.
Just a second for me before you go any further.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you sure it is the presentation that you have submitted? Unless I got the wrong one.
Yes, this is the presentation, Chair.
That has been submitted to
portfolio.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, all right, thank you, Chair. I was speaking, I'm sorry, Chair, you just took me out of the train of thoughts in terms of flowing with my presentation. So I was speaking to the allocations and vis-a-vis the balances that we have with PSP 5, and I was indicating that for the first time we have received and sitting on a 98% of the disbursement out of 100% of the 131,738,000. So with the disciplines, sorry, Chair, can I continue?
Please continue.
Thank you. We had a PSP 5 jobs that we have targeted, and the DSEC had communicated with us. It was for 12,000, and NAC achieved 14,691. And you will see with my graphs or my presentation is that I have an illustration of two categories, which is individuals and organizations. So with the provinces, we have been able to achieve 14,691. For individual is 7,948, and for organizations we have a 6,743 of jobs that we have created, and this is between the provinces. You can see, Chair, from the highest, Gauteng still taking the lead in terms of creating employment. With disciplines, there is quite a rise each year, with multidiscipline creating most jobs. And as you can see with disciplines and that have received funding, these are the jobs that are able to create. And for individuals, you can see 7,948, and for organizations, 6,743. With this, Chair, we have divided it according to the discipline so that you can see the highest and to the lowest of jobs created of disciplines. The gender breakdown, Chair, is quite a very important exercise for time and for us as the institution to really check in terms of the gender representation. You can see see that male is still taking the lead, and you were to look at our stats in the last 7 years, you will see that females were not really doing as good as what we are receiving today. There is a fact that the male are still taking dominant, but you can see there is a big rise of female also being representing their voices in the sector. So we are trying by all means to ensure that whenever we adjudicate with our panel and also as the office, to emphasize the importance of gender representation, because it is very important, and we can show a significant improvement over the 5 years to date. With the annual funding call, Chair, the objective is to support artistic excellence and development and innovation, prioritizing inclusivity, particularly in youth, women, and persons living with disability, strengthening of institutional capacity and creative entrepreneurship of funded projects. We have 7 disciplines that we are adhering to or even supporting, which is dance, visual arts, craft, literature, music, theatre, and musical theatre, and multidiscipline. And this is also including with the PSP, we fund according to those disciplines. As you can see, Chair, NAC having 26 million to fund for our normal projects. We don't have a big evidence or show on jobs that have been created under annual call, simply because of the funds, Chair. You can see between the PSP and the annual call. So it tells you that there is a great need of us continuing to really get support financially so that we can also adhere to support the sector. With the annual call, 222 of projects that we supported, and you will see with my next slide that the jobs that we're able to create are really also even minimal, Jay. So there is a dire need for NAC to have quite a considerable number of applications, yes, but also have a reasonable budget to also support the sector. With the job opportunities, it's important to also reflect that with the NAC funds, we're able to fund to create jobs of over 3,412, and the disciplines also are showing multidiscipline taking the lead, dance being the second. So it tells you that performing arts, if you were to look at the stats, takes the lead in terms of creating opportunities, job opportunities in all programs that we always fund. They are really doing work in massive work and in collaborations as compared to the non-performing arts. That's how the nature of disciplines are and how the programs are really giving support to the sector. The block bursary, we have an opportunity for giving our sector an opportunity to really improve their profession, and block bursary become one of the important program that we have, which is to support tertiary arts and training through the institutional partnership, where NAC is giving them funding to support undergrads, students in all 7 disciplines that we are providing. There is a financial support to students, and that should also be those institutions that have a credit of higher and further education training. The implementation model of it really is for funding to be dispersed directly to the institution, and which is the mandate of the NAC to give support in fact in strengthening further skills in the sector. Institutions manage students and selection and reporting in line with the NAC. What we usually do is just allowing this institution to pick their student, and we want to also have a criteria session of seeing how the students were picked and if there is fair implementation to ensure that disadvantaged students are really given a priority to benefit from the funding. I'm not sure if my slide is showing my information, Chair. You can see that in terms of Thank you. Thank you very much. I keep getting a message that I don't have a great connectivity. You'll see that we have applications that we were supported by the institution, NAC to the institutions, Gauteng taking 6, and Mpumalanga 1, and Western Cape. So we had 10 institutions that were supported for 2.68 funding allocations towards those institutions. And as we see it, we have a call now that is open for the same institutions that are offering us arts skills to apply for their students that they may getting an intake for next year. Arts organization support funding, which is one of our key funding pot we have, that is giving organizations an opportunity to run programs for 3 years. And these are companies, Chair, and organizations that are formally registered to serve the arts sector with a good track record and a sound management and governance and artistic merit. The program offers sustainability in terms of job creation and artistic program for a period of 3 years. So we have 3 categories that we always allow our organizations that are servicing the sector, whether in small communities or large communities. They can apply for a foundation phase, which is up to 350, intermediate phase, which is 550,000, and established phase, which is $1 million. What happens is that whenever there is an allocation, which is 2025, that allocation of 350 or 550 or $1 million, it reoccurring 3 times. The NAC had allocated 37 projects, organizations from different provinces, as you can see, for over 22,373. Sorry, Chair?
I'm so sorry to do this to you. Remember I asked where is the same presentation, but it looks like there's a page added to your presentation. I'm following it, but the pages doesn't correspond. The page you just read or under 6 arts organization support funding, mine is page 16, and I think yours is page 18.
Okay.
But just for the record, we have to rectify this, because your child, mine, and mine one day will do some research, and if they see this, it will be huge criticism, and then we will be there no more.
Okay, Jay. I don't know if you mind if I can ask from your team to share the presentation then. If mine, it's having some kind of difference from yours, I wouldn't want to spoil the meeting today, Chair.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying we should just rectify that for the record purposes. I'm having, and I'm old school. I'm having the.
It's not old school, Chair. It's an observation. I need to attend to it.
I'm having the presentation in front of me, as you can see, and the pages is different. But proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. I hope we will be able to fix it. If I have to do something, I can try and fix it now. But Chair, if you were to look at the information I'm sharing, is it far-fetched from what you have? Or it's similar, except that the numbers are not the same?
It's just a question of numbers.
Okay. All right. Okay, sorry, Chair. Sorry about that. Can I continue, Chair? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Chair. This is a disbursement of the disciplines, as it's still indicating that the D7, multi taking the 10, which is the highest, if you were to look at my stats now, and music is 8, and theatre 7, and dance 5, and there is an equal allocations to craft and literature and visual arts being 1. With the jobs that have been created under Arts Organizational Support Funding, you see that is quite a very low numbers compared to the numbers I've been sharing, Chair. It just simply means because the Arts Organizational Support Funding is meant to sustain even the jobs that are existing, not really even creating more jobs. And it's important that we want to sustain our organizations that are existing, that are servicing the sector in all the 9 provinces. So you will see that you have a high number from Gauteng again, and KwaZulu-Natal coming in second, and Eastern Cape being neck and neck, also trying to compete in a very fair way, and Mpumalanga having to create 30, and you can see between a disadvantaged province of Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga, you see that Eastern Cape takes a lead, and Northern Cape creating 1 opportunity for 1 organization, and Western Cape having to also compete with the other provinces, but it is considered to be an advantage province. And the disciplines that were creating jobs were its dance, which with 21, literature 87, multidiscipline 154, music 92, and theatre 182, which makes it to 538. Impact and successful stories, Chair and committee members. Community arts and theatre groups, they are still taking really a good lead in terms of local festival and women-led craft opportunities, accessing export market. There's a high rise there, and student bursaries recipient now working in national institution. This is beyond the numbers, and our programs are transforming the lives and preserving the heritage and building social cohesion. Chair, it's just one of the codes that we like using as we trying to encourage the sector that we are together. The arts sector is a cornerstone of our national identity and a catalyst of the economy recovery, with the continued support from the members and really seeing the life of arts that we are changing. The NAC in the arts sector, the NAC will continue to sustain creativity and empower artists and grow the South African cultural economy. With that said, Chair, without even wasting more time, my presentation ends here.
Thank you so much to NAC. Colleagues, we also have Nahawu on the platform, and I would like to invite them to speak. They have submitted to the portfolio committee some concerns, and I think as a portfolio committee and NAC and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, it's important as well to give them a hearing and to hear direct from them. It's the only way that we are going to heal an organization. The input will also perhaps further assist to investigate matters because we have to listen to the voices of the workers out there, and we should not allow that no one is sidelined in our deliberations. Is the NAC presented? My apologies, is now represented by someone here?
Good afternoon, Chair. Yes, how is it presented? My name is Khaled.
Please proceed.
My name is Khaled Zangmelefe.
Yeah, before you go on, NAC is done with the entire presentation. Is that right?
I believe so, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I thought you will formally release me.
Thank you.
Apologies, Chair. I think there's at least one more presentation, but I think that one has been covered elsewhere. That's on the governance and leadership matters, which has been covered by the Chair at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm not sure if the committee would still want that presentation, because the contents of that presentation has been covered by the Chair as well as the presentation from DSEC.
Yes, unless if the NAC want to give us a crisp view on governance, because that is essential for me. That's the backbone for any organization. Can we do the NEHAU and then I will come back to NAC.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Please proceed.
Chair, as I've already said, my name is Khalaleza Melefe. I am the NEHAU shop steward chairperson for the NEHAU members of the NAC. I would like to greet everyone, honorable members, staff, portfolio committee members, and everyone who's watching online, the SAC, NAC, and everyone who is in this platform. I would like to thank the portfolio committee for giving us the opportunity to come and present here. We feel as a union, we have exhausted all the avenues and attempts in order to voice out the injustices that staff are going through the National Arts Council. So my colleague Damien will share the spreadsheet, the presentation as I talk to it. So Damien, can you just
it is fine. The presentation is on the screen. You may proceed.
Okay. The background of the union, the NAC signed a union recognition of the agreement union with the NAC. The reason was to get staff to address the issues that were pressing. And currently we have 24 active members on the union, which forms 83% of all the staff that are in the organization. The overview of the pressing issues of the NTT, we've got the one that is abuse of power and the grievance mechanism, bullying and intimidation, and then the one that is pressing for all the staff members that we've been fighting for so many years is unresolved staff bonuses, the government conflict and interest concern and organizational and restructuring and retrenchment fears, staff well-being and institutional impact. So if we talk to the abuse of power, there are quite a number of issues that are happening in the NAC. And then we have tried a couple of times to address the issues that are happening within the NAC with then the previous CEO and the previous interim CEO. I think we have sat with the previous CEO for about 3 times or so, addressing the same issues, but the same issues fall on deaf ears. We have staff that are not treated right. We have the staff that are shouted at. We have the staff that have been treated in a manner that is not correct for the professional environment. Okay, sorry about that. So staff repeatedly raised concern with the ADM who failed to intervene and take action of what was happening there to staff. Can you go to the next slide, Damien? So we have said with a chairperson of the board, Mr. Eugene Buoda, to address these issues with him as well, and then he advised us that there needs to be a grievance procedure that should be laid for him to go and address these procedures that the staff are raising. But we have found that the grievance process is ineffective. Someone will lay the grievance and then the grievance will not be attended to, and then nothing will be done up until the grievance is withdrawn. So the system is designed to frustrate the complaints and nothing happens regarding that. So we have raised that with the chair, and then we have told him what our concerns are, but still nothing was done even after we have spoken to him. And then there's also the bullying of staff members by some managers. So we know that the current CFO, she shouts at everyone at the office. We have tried to speak to Mrs. Dipupa regarding that, and then she said she has spoken to her, and then she said she has never done anything of that sort. But there are witnesses, there are people who have come forward to the union to complain, but still nothing has been done regarding that. So the newly appointed FM here, he came into an organization not so long ago, but he has made matters worse. There's also what do you call this? There's also a case against him with the ongoing case against him with the current project manager, which is not getting the action that he should get. Next slide. And then this is one issue of unresolved bonuses that is very. It's a very bitter pill to swallow for staff. So the unresolved bonuses issue stems from COVID. So there was a time COVID where NEC was paying a PSP, it was paying a third waves, and then it was paying all these things for COVID. And then the NEC staff were overworked. It was something that they have never done before. They were overworked. They were working long hours. They were working the weekends. And then when there was time for them to be remunerated, the council retaliated that they can be remunerated because there was a public outcry. So that was the reason of staff not getting their bonuses. That there was an outcry. They explained that the NEC was in shambles. That's why the staff were not paid the bonuses. So this one is where staff don't want to let this go because they feel it's an injustice. They feel they have done the work and then they need to be remunerated for the work that they have done. And again, with these bonuses, we have engaged the current chairperson, Mr. Eugene Buddha. He promised that he will submit them to the board again for it to be discussed again. That was in August. We haven't had any response as yet from him. And then I would like also to state the fact that the bonuses are for 3 years. The bonuses amounts to about 900,000 for all the staff that needs to get. It's about 900,000 for 3 years. And then to add on this, we can tell the committee that NAC has spent about 14 million on legal fees from 2021 to 2025. The legal fees, 9 million of the legal fees were paid to discipline the NAC staff for 4 years. So that's 9 million that was paid to legal firms. But the council is refusing to pay 900,000 for 3 years to deserving staff that have done their work.
Can you go back to the page?
Okay, Chair.
Yeah, I just want to raise something. I do know that your document is not numbered. And it makes it very difficult for members to make reference when we are going to have discussions. And maybe this is not the first time that we are going to meet, but I would appeal to Nehau to, in future, if they make submissions, please number your pages. Again, I'm having mine manually here. And if you look at the page that you have, my heading said unresolved staff bonuses 2019 to 2022. Yours says unresolved staff bonuses 2019 to 2021. I just want to alert you, it's not a big deal, but when we deal with Parliament, let us ensure that we submit, proper stuff to Parliament if we do so. Please proceed to the next page.
Thank you, Chair. And then this one, the governance and conflict of interest concern, this one speaks to the letter. As a union, we were quite concerned that the letter that the minister wrote on the 9th of September was defied by the council. There were allegations, and then as NEHAU and its members, we feel that NEC as a public entity, we need to answer to the public. If there are allegations out there in the public domain, NEC need to investigate. NEC need to hold people accountable because it's a public entity and it's using public funds. As a union, we feel that the union and its members feel that if there's something out there, NEC needs to investigate and then a proper channel needs to happen. So we wrote this because we felt from 9 September up until today, there was nothing that was done pertaining to the letter. I heard the chairperson saying there was special leave. As an employee of the NEC, I've never seen an email that anyone was put on special leave. I've never seen anything of that sort. I don't know when they were put on special leave, how. As far as we know, people are still working, they still have their laptops, they still have their phones. So I don't know when did that happen, and I don't know when did. Yes. Hello?
Please mute Ndlovu. Proceed.
Yeah, so we were speaking to that. I don't know. So from the 9th of September up until yesterday, there was nothing that had happened. So we felt that the decision makers were not doing justice. So for us as a union, we feel that we will be seen in public, by public, as we are hiding something. The minister suggested something and then it's not done. So that's the stance of the union where we were sitting from, that the contents of the letter, everything altogether should be taken into consideration, and everything that is there on the letter should be done as per the minister's recommendation. The council members that needs to be put on special leave, that we feel that needs to happen. The people that needs to be put on special leave, we feel that needs to happen in a fair and transparent manner. So that's where our stance is as the union. And then organizational structure and fears and retirement fears. This one speaks to the DSAC had seconded Mr. Mogoera to the organization. Mr. Mogoera was a very good leader. So Mr. Mogoera suggested that we do a benchmarking. He felt that on all of the DSAC's agencies, he felt that NEC's staff was underpaid, and then he felt that NEC staff did much more work, or if not similar to other organizations. So he had suggested that we do a benchmarking exercise where we benchmark with our sister entities to see where we are so that we can put our salaries on the same level as them. So this is how the restructuring came to effect. But now we have learned that the current management, which were supposed to be put on special leave, is taking the process and doing an opposite thing. So they want to restructure the organization where they can get rid of some of the positions on the structure, or lower some of the position on the structure. So we wanted to put this to the portfolio committee to say, let's put a stop to this, because unemployment is a very serious thing in South Africa. So we don't understand why would someone try to get the people out of the job. So this speaks to that. So this one, staff well-being, it has been happening for quite some time. This one, the staff at the NAC, it's not valued. The staff at the NAC, it's working. They are working. They are hard workers, all of them. They are working under high levels of stress and fear, and they endure verbal abuse and unreasonable workloads from their managers. They don't get any recognition. They don't get any rewards or anything of that sort. They just expected to work and work and work. They don't get anything for the work and the time that they put in. So the environment has become quite toxic, demotivating, and it's quite harmful for the health of our union members and staff. So this is the last one on the slide. As I've already alluded, we would like the portfolio committee to intervene and make sure that the contents of the letter of the minister of the 9th of September, everything that's on the letter, it's done. And then the NAC staff members are given the rewards that they deserve. They are given their bonuses that they deserve. They are given respect that they deserve from their superiors, and they are treated well in the organization. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Nehau. I'm now giving 10 minutes, very crisp, to NAC to give their responses pertaining to governance. But please, I am eager also to hear about the letter of the minister, as well as when that has been acted upon, as there is doubt when you're listening to the representative of Nehau. Mr. Botha, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, I'm going to ask our acting CEO, Mr. Mashale, to present that, and then if there's the time, we might be able to address some other items, or we can address it in the Q&A. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mashale.
Yeah, I think what I suggest is to give the NAC governance part. We listen to every role player. It's clear from the stuff in front of us that yes, indeed, the damage has been done when it comes to the reputation of NAC. And but let's deal with the governance issue. I don't want us now to respond to this particular issues, but just the governance issues, and then I think both perhaps can respond to members' questions when it comes to these governance issues. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if you can see my presentation.
It is visible.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. First of all, Chair, I just want to put it on record that we were not aware that there was going to be this presentation by the union. Otherwise, we would have preferred a.
Can you sort that out with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture? They have the agenda. It's nothing to do with the portfolio committee.
Yeah. I just wanted to put it on record that if we hadn't been privy to the agenda, we would have been
please proceed.
Prepared the required response, Chair. So I'm going to take you through the governance matters at the NAC. At first, I'm trying to put it on slide mode. Chair. Yeah. So this presentation is going to talk to introduction, composition of council committees, as well as the legislative issues that the committee had requested that they be addressed. First, as I indicated, the purpose of this presentation is to provide an update on governance issues and senior management matters at the NAC. First, we'll start with council, which has been established in terms of the NAC Act, which requires 9 provincial reps and no fewer than 18 other persons appointed by the minister. Currently, we are pleased to report that the council is currently comprising 9 provincial reps, so there is no vacancy in terms of the provincial reps and 15 other members who are appointed by the minister. As such, unlike the last time we were here, there are no questions about the constitution of council. It's properly constituted in terms of the Act. And then council, in terms of its governance processes, it has established a number of committees that are assisting it in terms of dealing with matters that then get recommended to council. These are the committees that have been established in terms of the Act, some of which are statutory committees, which include the Executive Committee and Audit and Risk, which is established in terms of the PFMA. The committees have met regularly since they have been established. There are no issues in terms of their composition and how they operate. All of them operate under council-approved terms of reference. So whatever they do is aligned with what council expects them to do. The next slide is on the leadership matters, which were touched upon at the beginning of this presentation. One is that it's true that the CEO and CFO positions are vacant, and when this new council started, the council requested minister's approval to restart the process, because the process had been suspended pending the amalgamation between the NAC and the NAVF. But when that project was halted, cancelling the amalgamation, we had to go back to the minister to ask for permission to now proceed with the recruitment. The recruitment, the 2 positions were advertised in July, but then following the complaints the complaint that was first lodged with the public protector in terms of allegations of corrupt activities at the NAC, as well as the letter from the minister on requesting an independent review of the allegations. The council decided that in the current environment, then it would not be advisable to proceed with the recruitment. We just wanted certainty in terms of what is happening in the entity, and then only when the investigation the investigations are completed, then council intends to restart the process of appointing a permanent CEO and a permanent CFO. As per the minister's letter, an independent service provider has been appointed to do a review of the matters that are of the 5 matters that are contained in the minister's letter to the NAC chair. And also, one of the things that I think we need to be pointed out is that the issue of the two employees who are mentioned in the allegations has been attended to, in that they have been placed on special leave pending the finalization of the independent review. So they are not part of the organization as we speak. They are, yeah.
Can you respond to the implementation of that decision? When was that? And also, you mentioned the letter of the minister. You mentioned the letter of the public protector, and the issues mentioned by Nehau. It seems that you come across that you're not aware of those issues. Safe to say that Nehau also has referred the fact that they have been engagement with Mr. Botha. So I think it's important that you have to respond to matters that you are aware of.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Okay, I will start with the issue of the public protector. The complaint to the public protector was received by the NEC via the department. The public protector had written to the then acting DG raising these issues on the allegations. Then what happened was that the department then wrote to the NEC to provide documents that responds to the allegations, which the NEC did, because at first the letter was addressed to the DG, so the NEC couldn't respond directly to the public protector with the information that was requested. So that information was sent through to the department, for the department to then forward to the public protector. So from our side, we have provided the documents that have been requested by the public protector to investigate the allegations. So that is the one part, Chair. And the next issue is on the letter from the minister, which I've already said that we have implemented it. The independent. Yes.
Can you, for the committee's information, can you be specific?
Yes.
The letter from the minister was dated 9 September.
Yes.
Now, the question is, from when, since when, and from when was this special leave? And since when has this decision been taken by the council?
Okay, the council took the decision in, I think it was in September, and we started the process of appointing the service provider, but because of the sensitive nature of the appointment, we had to make sure that all the steps are ticked, so that there are no questions around the process, so that when the report comes, whatever it says, there cannot be aspersions cast on how, for instance, how
Masala, let me stop you there. You say in September.
Yeah.
The one who present on behalf of Nehau says he's not aware. He have been engaging with NAC on that issue. And now there's an announcement made by the chairperson or CEO, Mr. Botha, that the decision of the minister has been implemented. And you are saying that decision has been made in September. Nehau doesn't know.
Okay, can I respond, Chair?
Hold your response, Honorable Molachani. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, you are on the same issue that I wanted to raise with Mr. Musala, to say that even when the meeting started, I've heard the chairperson of the board. Let me just go to my notes one moment, Chair. I was busy doing the notes when the chairperson of the board was presenting. Yes. The chairperson of the board, when he started to do the presentation, he only talked about 2 officials who are on a special leave. Is it special leave or precautionary suspension? I just want Mr. Mhlala to also explain that to us. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think that Mr. Botha said precautionary. There was just a disjunction between special or precautionary because the letter is clear from the minister.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with this. I'm still trying to find my hand. Chair, sorry, I did say special leave. It was a council resolution that it be termed as special leave rather than precautionary suspension. I just want to clarify that it was not. Okay. It's not a precautionary suspension. It's a special leave.
Okay. Thank you for that, Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, let me just pause my question on this one. I think I will raise it during the deliberations.
Okay, but we need clarity because, like I said, it's good that now we presented first, and we give now an opportunity to NAC because what we are dealing here with, and where members' political clause comes out is governance. And my concern here is the issue of Nehau, and that's why I stopped the presentation. The issue of Nehau, in their presentation, they have been engaged with NAC on the recommendations of the minister. He today heard the announcement, and Mr. Masala say it was early in September. The letter is 9 September. Now, governance. In terms of governance, we are sitting here with a legitimate body, Nehau. Why is Nehau not being informed? Governance. Mr. Mashala, please proceed.
Chairperson.
Proceed, Honorable.
I just want to, I think something that we need to get clarity on when Mr. Mhlala continue. There's a difference between special leave and precautionary suspension. Exactly, these officials, are they on special leave? Are they on precautionary suspension? Are they still coming to work? Are they still performing their duties? Exactly, let Mr. Mhlala explain to us what is happening, because it looks like one would say precautionary, special, and they mean 2 different things. Chair, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for that, Honorable Molatani. Please proceed, Mr. Mashala.
Thank you, Chair. The two employees are on special leave as approved by council. They are not at work. They are not doing any NAC work whilst they are on the leave. So they are not in the organization. Yes.
A decision.
So, but Chairperson.
Honorable Makata, let's leave it for the question time. We just wanted clarity. He's almost done with his presentation. We will get to that later on. But proceed with your presentation and also the decision by the council and the communication thereof to Nehau.
Yes, Chair. I'm new in the position, so I don't know what would have been what discussion would have happened with the previous CEO, but I am not aware of any discussion with the Nehau on.
No, let's make it easy. When was the decision of the special leave?
It was I have to check. I think it was towards the end of September, Chair.
Okay, let's do this, Mr. Mashala. I'm going to give your organization 10 minutes to email this decision and paperwork to the secretary.
Chairperson, I just want to check one thing. It's not a large thing. Whether they're
Mr.
getting
Mashala,
money or not.
Your 10 minutes starts now. It's easy. pull the document, send it to the portfolio secretary, please. Honorable Makata?
Yes, are they earning or not, those people?
No, they are getting paid. It has been said they're getting paid. Mr. Masala, please proceed. And in simultaneously, the representatives of NAC, please see that my office is getting the email of the decision ASAP. Please proceed, Mr. Masala.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the communication with regard to the two employees being placed on suspension, that communication is going to be issued today because they were not on. I must correct myself. Being placed on special leave because it's not a suspension, special leave. So that communication to the entire staff is going to be going out today.
Now, are you sending us the minutes and the decision, the date that you say about September?
No, yeah.
You know, we can feel the dancing around through these wires.
Yeah.
Please be honest with us. When was this decision taken? Yesterday.
As I said, Chair, the decision by council was taken towards the end of September, and then simultaneously with that was the process to now appoint the independent reviewer who was going to review the allegations.
Proceed, Mr. Masala.
Yes. So, as I was saying, Chair, that's the sequence of events. The two employees are currently outside out of the organization pending the review. Chair?
Mr. Masala, proceed with the presentation. You're almost done.
Yes.
I don't want to hear again about
okay. So
the issue because I don't believe.
Yeah. So Chair, the last point is that in the meantime, there's an acting CEO and an interim CFO who have been appointed to act whilst the two employees are on special leave. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, that was the presentation from the various entities. I'm just trying to see where I can see some hands here. Just a second for me. I am now going to open this meeting for questions. And the Honorable Daniels, followed by the Honorable Kobani, followed by Honorable Makani, followed by Honorable Tetwa, and then Honorable Makhato. In that order, Honorable members, my apologies, I didn't write. Please take your advantage, but let me write quick before Molachani. Yes, please proceed, Honorable Daniels. Please unmute.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me just show. I'll switch off the video again. Still morning. Good morning, colleagues. I know you, Chairperson, you said that we mustn't greet, but I know in which context you said it. But good morning to everybody, all protocol observed. Chairperson, I would like to draw everybody's attention to the overview presentation to us as a committee by the National Arts Council. A 20-page presentation, but I'm just scrolling to, I think it's page 16, 15 or 16. Governance engagement, composition of executive management, yes. On this particular item, page 16, composition of executive management, and then it goes over to the composition of staff. I note there that the total staff complement is 45. Then we've got the gender breakdown, 27-18 in favor of the females, which I'm very happy about. We've got African 42, Indian 2, this is out of 45. African 42, Indian 2, white 1, and colored 0. Chairperson, I don't know who to direct this question to. I don't know if it's to the chairperson of the board. If it is so, then I would like the chairperson to answer me. It is a fact that the employment equity law has to be upheld. As much as we have our own views around employment equity, clearly this is in violation of the employment equity law. My question is, if it is to be directed to the chairperson or to the acting CEO, I don't know, I'll take the lead from you guys. Is NAC a law unto themselves? Because evidently so. By looking at the breakdown of the composition of staff, let me repeat the painstakingly stats and facts. Out of a composition of 45 staff members, we've got 42 African, 2 Indian, 1 white, and 0 colored. Chairperson, my question is, and I respectfully ask this question, is the NAC a law unto themselves? Because clearly this is in contravention of the law, and us as lawmakers, as members of parliament, we cannot roll over and play dead and say, no, it's one of those things, sweep it under the carpet or turn a blind eye. This is clearly in contravention of the law, so my question to whoever must answer, are you a law unto yourself? Please explain this mess. Thank you. Before I move over to my next question, Chairperson.
NAC?
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Botha, please feel free to direct the question to the person you feel will be appropriate to respond.
Chair, thank you. I'll respond because this issue was debated vigorously and rigorously at council. Obviously, the National Arts Council is not a law unto itself. It's a law-abiding entity. The rule of law applies. The fact is, and the information we were given at
Order,
the time...
Chair. Excuse me, Chair. Order, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Mr. Botha must also be careful how he responds, because Mr. Botha is saying, Mr. Botha is saying, obviously, Chairperson. Let me state my point first before you rule.
But Honorable Daniels, we're not going to prescribe to the entity how to respond. Let's do it in this way. After the individual respond, then you can have your rebuttal pertaining to what you would like to say now. Let's give.
Agree, Chairperson.
NAC.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I think it's important to note that the NIC is an entity of the state and is required to abide by the laws. The NIC does not have a high staff turnover, and we were advised that there was one coloured person employed in the NIC who left for better opportunity. And since that time, there hasn't been any further appointments to fill that vacancy. It is also important to note that the NIC is in the process or is intent on appointing a permanent CEO and a permanent CFO. And obviously the council's instructions to the panel that does this process is to abide by the law and to ensure that the employment equity laws are complied with. And that's reflected in the adverts for those positions that we posted. So I trust that answers the question, Chair.
Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm still going to go back to my point I wanted to raise because Mr. Botha is saying, obviously, NAC is not a law unto themselves. And from where I'm sitting, on face value, it appears as if they are a law unto themselves because there's no employment equity has been violated because there's zero representation of colored in this establishment, staff complement. That's what I wanted to say. So I want to say on the same item, Chairperson, there's now 2 vacancies. And if you, I just want to switch this thing on here, just a second. Thank you. And if you look at the composition of staff, with the stark reality of no colored representation, and with the 2 vacancies that is out there, clearly, Chairperson, clearly, colleagues, clearly, South Africa, it is important then, it's not by our own doings, by our own makings, that there's zero colored representation. But on the mere fact, material facts before us, those 2 vacancies that is now needs to be filled, which is the CEO and the CFO positions, there is no ways that those vacancies can be afforded to anybody else who are not colored because of the absence of colored representation in the composition of staff. Because even if we do that, then I'm again going to come with my points asking, is there a law unto themselves?
Order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Chairperson, I'm not going to take this nonsense, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know what? In Tuesday's meeting, Chairperson, there was also representation issues that was raised. But because when you are the beneficiary of the nonsense of this employment equity and the marginalization of colored people, then you want to call a point of order. This mess was brought by the African National Congress. No wonder we have the Deputy Minister who says in one of the previous meetings, who says, don't think because you colored you are special. No, Chairperson, I'm not going to allow this nonsense.
Honorable member,
let me fold our arms when honorable
member. No.
I have the right to
play somewhere else.
Honorable Malone cannot sit here and insult us.
You can't tell me what to say. I can tell you all in your face, man. You hate colored people.
We cannot.
No, I've heard the Deputy Minister say it. I see this coming from these members in this organization. Now I'm saying that there's zero colored representation. Now it's a problem. Go play somewhere else.
What is your point of order?
Chairperson, we cannot be insulted like that.
Insulted? We are insulted as colored people. Who's being insulted here?
Insulted like that, Chairperson.
Who's being insulted here, Malasani? Who's being insulted? We are not being recognized. We are not being given opportunities. And I'm glad Nahawu said unemployment is a very serious thing in South Africa. That's what Nahawu said, and I want to thank the gentleman for that statement. 42 black people out of 45 and 0 colors. No.
Chairperson.
Honorable Makatu.
I think just call the honorable to order is not the good way to do things like this, because all of us, we were not there when these things were happening. So we must not be...
On the very same issue, when it comes to representativity, since we start with this portfolio committee, I am giving every member of any political party an opportunity to vent their issues on this matter. And yes, we should give every member that respect to vent on this issue. I am not going to dictate to any member how to address this issue when it comes to representativity. That applies to each and everyone in this committee. Honorable Daniels, you still have time. You want to proceed or you done?
I would like to proceed. Thank you, Chairperson. I want to land on this item. Saying that NAC must be very careful to ensure that we reflect representation of every given race in this country when they fill these vacancies. There's no colored people, and if this matter must be taken to court, we'll take this matter to court.
Yeah,
I'll stand down on that point, Chairperson.
Daniels, may I ask the NAC in terms of what you are saying and for the whole committee to submit their equity targets on NAC pertaining to this issue. Honorable Dennis, proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. So I'll stand down on that point. I want to turn our focus to the funding that's been allocated. Please guide me, I may get this wrong. The funding allocated where 80% of the funding was given to African, 7% to colored, 11% to white, and 2% to Indian. Is my understanding correct that that funding was based on applications submitted? That's my first question, Chairperson. I'm not sure who to address this question to.
Mr. Botha, can you direct the question to the relevant person to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I think this one is going to be best handled maybe by our member Puleng Lesala. Alternatively, the acting CEO can step in.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to honourable members. Yes, Mr. Daniels, you're correct with your observation.
Thank you so much for that clarity. So looking at this, if this is based on applications submitted, and I look at the percentages here, 80% African, 7% colored, 11% white, 2% Indian. My next question to you is this also based on the apportionment of the strength of demographics representing us across provinces in South Africa, or not?
You know, Honourable, it's a very good question, and I would like to maybe just give you a bit of a background and a scenario.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important that we can engage it from there, because what you are raising is a very, very important point. You know, when applications get to be reviewed, there's a compliance process that we need to go through. And when it comes to administrative compliance, officials take care of that. And panel members are responsible for artistic merits. So applications that have strongly been presented by individuals and organizations, the artistic merit really carries a much bigger reason for them to allocate funds. However, as the office, we ensure that this kind of underserviced communities and priorities of government, like you have said, that it's important that we ensure that funding is spread evenly and it represents almost every race. But you know, Chair and honourable members, it gets very difficult when you look at qualities of applications and you have to award them. It gets very difficult when panel have to reward. And I think it's important that we can take something out of this conversation to ensure that the process is really fair. Panel members take a very serious time to go through application, even during the meeting, to ensure that we support our beneficiaries. However, it becomes very challenging when now you look at applications that are really seriously representing very strong races, but unfortunately they are poorly written. And it has been a problem that NEC has been faced with. And here we're trying to improve our processes to ensure, by just even from an application phase, that the same race that have been a concern that have been raised by Mr. Daniel, to really be taken serious in terms of how we also ensure that the communities that have been mentioned do come and be represented. And I can assure you, honourable members, that we are trying by all means to ensure that it does happen in the next cycles. And this has to also be emphasized to our sector to really mobilize and assist us in those small communities, such as the ones that Mr. Daniel spoke about, to ensure that the next call that we're going to have really represent that massive. But it has been very difficult, honourable members and Chair, to ensure that we really get enough applications to start with from those communities. And it's not only that, even the Khoisans, we have really had trouble to even get even a single one. It has been a big problem. But we need to strengthen our mobilization, Chair, and partnering with really important sector players to ensure that we get that representation well. Mr. Daniels, I really want
I think that's fine. Employment Equity Act make it very clear. It's law. And public entities must just comply. Honorable Daniels, please wrap up with your questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. I need to respond to the response I've just received, because there's something very fundamentally said, whether it was said innocently, whether it was said honestly, but I really appreciate the response that was said. You said that to ensure that the process is really fair. Let's pause there for a moment. Your submission stating that we must ensure that the process is really fair. That speaks volumes by itself. In other words, if I paraphrase that, I can then say that based on your submissions, the processes were never fair.
No, Honorable, it's not that at all.
Why will you ensure that? Why will you ensure that the processes must be fair going forward?
No, what I am saying, Honorable, and I think it's a matter of saying, is it fair? Is it deliberate or not deliberate? The same issues that we are bringing in this platform is the same issues and questions that we are always really confronted with from an office, panel, and council to ensure that there is a fair representation. And as the office, it's our responsibility to ensure that whoever that is going to apply is adhering to compliance that we need to adhere to. I'm not saying at all that this process has not been fair. This process has been fair. And even continuing, it has to continue being fair. But let me tell you what we need to do as the office. We need to ensure that we capacitate the very same communities you've stated to ensure that whatever that we're going to bring forward in, hopefully in the next presentation, when you have to look at our funding distribution, you'll be able to see an improvement in that scarcity that you've identified today. I'm not implying and not even going to even say the NAC has not applied fairness. I mean, I can even say that
my time is ticking, Chairperson.
Your time has expired, Honorable.
No, Chairperson, my time has been taken up by
I'm going to give you a second bite.
I've put in my apology to leave, Chairperson, because I've got other obligations to attend to. I was supposed to leave an hour ago.
Can you pose the last question, Honorable Daniels?
I just want to make a recommendation. I'll pose my question. My recommendation will be then, because I see one of the reasons cited why there's 80% Africans and very little for the others is because of poorly written applications. There must be something that the African population is doing right or better than the others. What are we doing about poorly written applications? Are we assisting those people with poorly written applications, which I find difficult to buy into? But we need to do something. We can't use that as an excuse, and we don't empower the people to get them to make better written applications. Then my question then I want to ask is, I see that there's also been mention made of block bursary funding. And I like it when I hear that disadvantaged individuals are being prioritized. Now, who in your view are regarded as disadvantaged? And before you answer, I want to make the statement. After 31 years of democracy, many people are now disadvantaged who were not previously disadvantaged. Others are rightfully advantaged who were previously disadvantaged, while others are still cursed with having been and still are being disadvantaged, such as our colored people. So when you say that disadvantaged individuals are being prioritized, how do you, in your view as NAC, identify or qualify people as being disadvantaged? Because I've not seen with the block bursary funding a breakdown of demographic beneficiaries thereof. Thank you.
NAC?
Thank you, Chair. I think Honourable Daniels has raised some valid points. I think the National Arts Council clearly it has policies as Ms. Lesala pointed out. And I think it's important for the council to have a look at those policies to ensure that that we meet all the targets and that we distribute the funds fairly. That is a core and fundamental responsibility of the National Arts Council. So I want to thank Honourable Daniels for raising this, and we will definitely address this issue at the council at the next council meeting.
Thank you, Honourable Daniels. Honourable Kobani, I see the Deputy Minister's hand. I would want to give a preference. DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Also to appreciate the responses provided by the presenters and the department. Chair, ordinarily I would have not spoken, but I hear that every time when there's a heated debate, that I think it should not even take place, that you must find a way of not allowing it to find expression in this meeting, especially a meeting that is very important, a meeting of sports, arts, and culture, where we are tasked with a serious responsibility of building social cohesion. So we are tasked with a serious responsibility of bringing cooperation within and across different groups. And we are seen as the leadership in government that should bring all members of society, irrespective of their color, their culture, and creed together. But I see this topic of colors being sidelined and all that coming up now and then. To the member of Patriotic Alliance, I don't know why does he want to become more colored than others. For your information,
Minister, can I call you to order? You started so nicely, Minister, and you addressed this thing so nicely. But let me tell you, this issue will come up at every single meeting, and I'm going to tell you why. Let me tell you why.
No, Chairperson, can I just finish? Just be patient with me. No, you see, when they were shouting, I also had my mic. I could have done the same, but if you want to suppress me as well, it will not work. I want to finish. I want to finish. Then you can address me. Can you at least allow me to do that? Can you please allow me to do that? Because also how you conduct your meetings, it is inappropriate. It is wrong. You're not supposed to allow people to raise issues that divide South Africans. You are allowing that as a chairperson. It is not allowed. It is wrong what you are doing. So can you allow me to finish? Can you just allow me to finish? This member keeps on saying that I hate colored people. For his information, I'm colored. That's why I'm saying he thinks that he's more colored than others. I'm colored. I was born a Robinson. But that is the history that I do not want to talk about in public. So I am colored if he doesn't know that. I have never, Chairperson, in any meeting tried to undermine or put a statement that says that I hate colored people. So if the member continues to disrespect me like this, I must today say it in this meeting that I am taking an exception of what he's trying to do. And if he wants to pick a fight with me, that is fine. It's okay, Chairperson. We can now know that the battle lines between me and him are drawn, because I did try. I even sent the minister to go talk to him about this matter. I've never said because of your color you are better than the other. Chairperson, we need to debate this matter. We are a social cohesion portfolio. We're supposed to bring South Africans together. We have an entity that deals with stats and demographics. I think it is time that they must come to this meeting and tell us, because also we cannot want to talk about colors only in sports, arts, and culture. What about other entities? What about other departments? So I want to propose that we call Stats SA to come and give us the report regarding demographics and the participation and beneficiation, general beneficiation of colored people in South Africa. That's what I wanted to say. But this Patriotic Alliance member, I'm now losing my patience with him. He must not stop distorting information and lying about me.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Now I'm going to respond to you. In the very first place, this is the meeting of the Sports, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee. No one else. The executive report to this meeting. I am not going to dictate to any member of any kind how to ask questions. And I can guarantee this meeting that questions of this nature raised by Honorable Daniels, raised in the past by Honorable Molatsani, raised in the past by Honorable Khabo, raised in the past by Honorable Tetwa, will not stop. And I'm not going to stop members because at the end of the day, public entities, regardless of their size of their staff, are legally required to comply with the Employment Equity Act. And many are not doing so, many are falling short. So this is not a matter of capacity. It's also not a matter for discussion. It is a matter of will by these entities. So compliance is not optional. And the failure to act, and this is what we are sitting. These committees sit with entities who fail to act when it comes to the employment equity. The failure to act undermines both the credibility of this institution and the constitutional promise of fairness in any workplace. So the members are doing their oversight. I'm not going to stop members.
No, but you cannot forever allow people to raise racial statements in your meeting. It is wrong, Chairperson. Racial statements, you are allowing that. It is wrong. You are dividing society. It cannot be allowed. We've been quiet. We thought you will provide leadership, and we will not allow you to do that. It is wrong.
Professional staff, please mute the Deputy Minister.
It is wrong. Racial divisions are not allowed. It is wrong.
Jabu, please mute the Deputy Minister. I see the Minister is also in this meeting. Honorable...
Chairperson?
No, Honorable Daniels, I'm not going to give you a chance, please.
I just want to say...
I will not allow you to do that. This member of parliament always does that to me. You never say anything.
Deputy Minister, please. Thank you. Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Let me shut my mic so the members can see to me. Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I just also want to greet all the honorable members and allow me, Chair, to just say that it's going a bit crazy with the G20. So I'll be in and out of the meeting as I have been assigned other tasks also, Honorable Chair, and I want to apologize to the members. May I please just answer on what I've just witnessed now? Allow me to have just 3 quick points. I think the first point I want to mention, Honorable Chair, is that the Deputy Minister, Peace Mabe, is not a racist. Leader Marlon is wrong by saying that she hates colored people. I work with her. There are colored people that she's hired. So I don't want us to just, it's a very serious allegation to say somebody's a racist. So I just want to come up and say she's not racist. I want to say that as the minister. But I also want to say a second point. You know, Honorable Marlon has mentioned he didn't dream up today that to mention the point of no colored people there. There are no colored people unless they can show us the colored people. Now, if the African members that are here want Leader Marlon, the Honorable Marlon, to say nothing, then why did they join the struggle? Why did they struggle? Because they were treated badly by the apartheid Boers. And that's why they took up arms. Now they don't expect colored people to raise their voice. We were part of that struggle. Our people died in the struggle, colored people died. So why are you so offended when we talk about, we've been voted for on a ticket of standing up for colored people, for black people, for Indian people, for white people. We are a non-racial party, but we cannot say nothing when colored people are obviously not part. So I agree with Honorable Marlon, but I just want us to have some more decorum. And I'm not speaking to specific people, I'm speaking to all of us. Because we can have our private meeting where we can fight like this, but we have guests here that must answer questions. So if you can just show a little bit of decorum, I'm talking to everyone. Thank you, Chair, for the way you've handled the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The question has been raised. The member asked a question. The representative of NAC has responded. I don't know why must members respond to one another. Mr. Botha has responded and he gave direction to this matter and said he will look into the entity's policies. And that's all. So I don't know why the debate from everyone. So I'm going to stop this conversation. And like the DM has also said, then maybe we must find another space. But I can tell you it will never stop. Every time it will come up where you will have an entity that does not comply with the equity. The Honorable Kobani?
Yes, Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And then I want to ask about social cohesion, the provinces, the job creation that I was hearing here. The first I want to ask, mostly Limpopo, because we are three strong languages, Bapedi, Batonga, Bavenda. How many districts Limpopo do we have? Stop there.
Chair, I think I'm going to have to defer technical operational questions to the administrators. Maybe Puleng can answer this question. I don't know.
Please do so.
Thanks. Puleng, Ms. Lasala.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honourable members. It's a very important question. However, the information it not be provided at hand, Chair, because we never foreseen in terms of the presentation. We brought the presentation the way it is, and in terms of district.
Okay.
But I will attempt.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Right.
Why I ask like this is because you're talking about social cohesion. Limpopo is the province that we need more social cohesion. Limpopo is very difficult to unite us by culture. I see now you say you did the job creation, wara wara. If we can go for oversight, can we find that you create that jobs for people in nationally arts and culture? Because I know I'm the under arts and culture. I'm an artist. I know what's going on. All those money that you are giving the project is not helping the community because, example, you give me money now to do merienders, such skolo, utandwa kahle senjeni. So I could donate the artist about workshop. When you do the workshop, the money is gone. You never bleed anything. You never create any job from the workshop, but the money is gone. You do workshop when people work outside, they're hungry, there's no job. It's how we destroy money.
No.
I from Limpopo, I from the village. I never see what you are giving us here, that you create so much job, you give so many NPO money. That is never happened. Maybe you give one-sided, not Limpopo. You say maybe I give Polokwane or I give whatever, not Limpopo. The arts and culture is not strong in Limpopo. And we are the people who have a more culture. If you can mix three cultures stronger, and then you put another cultures. Limpopo is the best by culture, but none is happening in Limpopo. We are not the same like KZN, they speak one language, whatever they speak one language. But in Limpopo, we need more social cohesion. I never see a big festival for social cohesion from department. You just give individual person to run on his own. I attended some meeting in Polokwane. They're doing workshop. I asked them, after workshop, what people are going to eat? Nothing. Whatever you are saying here, most you are cooking the story because I don't believe in that. We can come and go oversight to show everything. There's nothing happened in Limpopo. I'm an artist, I'm a culture, I'm the one who's crying for social cohesion. How can you give social cohesion for 100,000, them to eat and buy Christmas food? You give 150, that is a Christmas food. I never see a social cohesion in Limpopo. We used to do the social cohesion of sports, arts and culture before. On the May, Africa May whatever. We used to do that. But it's not happening in the whole provinces or the whole regions as a district in Limpopo. Can you explain me why?
Okay. I would like to thank you, Honorable Kobane. It's a very good question and seeking clarity-seeking question. I would like to indicate, if you were to look at my presentation, I've given you stats of how many jobs we've created under Limpopo. And if you were to look at how Limpopo is doing against other provinces, you'll see that it's doing very well. If it's number 4, the highest province that has created employment through its arts activities. Nothing else but arts activities. And that includes the festivals, that includes creation of the work. All 7 disciplines are being presented. If you want us to share information of those individuals and organizations that we fund under Limpopo, by all means, we'll be able to give it to you. And if you want to be able to go do a site visit, by all means, we'll be able to give you the data of those individuals that we supported, not only for PSP and we'll call as well as organization support funding. Limpopo has a rich culture. And Limpopo has a rich heritage that you cannot avoid to support it. And it's a province that is regarded as a disadvantaged province representing under-resourced communities. There is absolutely no way that we will not be able to support that, support the initiatives that are coming from that province. I can assure you that the presence of Limpopo has grown stronger from one call to the other. We have never missed the opportunity to support all the rich cultures, Yochichonga, Spedi, they are really a vendor, they are very strongly represented to a point where even when we need to even drill it down to the representation, it's women who are actually at the helm of creating those employment in the arts. Craft has also shown a big, massive of increase. So it's a pity that these are questions sometimes when you are confronted with, you need to be able to go back for accurate processes and accurate information. You need to sift through data to show you. But I can assure you, Chair and honorable members, that NAC is trying and doing its best to ensure that Limpopo gets the support. Thank you.
Yeah, what the honorable member also, Honorable Kobane, just a second.
Sorry, Chair.
I'm going to give you now just a second. I think the equity in support should not be based on fairness. And I think what the Honorable Kobane is addressing is for NAC to unlock a full creative potential of our nation before we speak about broaden. Proceed, Honorable Kobane.
I'm not the person who have a tribalism. I can talk about tribalism. Most of my Tonga people.
Kobane,
no. Yes, I say, yes. I'm not talking about.
It's about the entity.
Yes. I'm saying it's not happening in my area as a Limpopo. what she is talking about. Maybe they are giving other side, not where I come from. I'm talking about Giani Malamulele, I'm talking about Sanene, I'm talking about Parawura, I'm talking about Elim. Those things that they are talking is none. That is why I say I don't want to talk about tribalism, say these people that are not taking care. I'm talking about what I know. And we have a lot to do in our side. I'm the person that I respect. I'm the person that I want to bring people together. Who's speaking now?
May I ask that the portfolio secretary mute the ones who's not speaking, please? Who's that? Please mute the person.
Dr. Kumalo.
Yeah, I think she's addressing someone. Dr. Kumalo is addressing a meeting. Please mute her. Proceed, Honorable Kobani. My apologies.
Yeah. I'm saying the things that they are doing must not take aside. Now you call it Limpopo. It's not happening in our side. Can you tell me the area that you supporting them?
To get James? He was here behind me.
Well, may I suggest to for a while to take Dr. Kumalo out? We understand that she's busy, but just take her out of this meeting. She can join later on when we need her. She's on her phone. She explained earlier on that she's on her phone. Proceed, Honorable Kobani. My apologies.
I want to know if he said Limpopo is growing. Can you tell me the district that you are growing in Limpopo? Because I'm telling you on my side that we don't see anything. Stop there.
NAC?
Thank you, Chair. I think, I don't know if Ms. Lasala can answer that last question, but I think it's, from my point of view, I do understand what the Honourable Member is saying. I've also asked similar questions on Council. The reporting and the follow-up isn't where it needs to be. The NAC is under-resourced, and we've had this feedback. It's difficult to go and verify. I think what Ms. Lasala can testify to is how much funding has been distributed, and that we do have in our policies specific percentages that are targeted towards Limpopo. We cannot at this stage answer the question of what is on the ground, but I do appreciate what the Honourable Member is saying, and we can't disagree with what the Honourable Member is saying, but I think it's something that we need to take back as a council and engage with and understand how it is that with the limited resources we have, we can go to all these areas and verify what the funding is doing, whether it is creating jobs on the ground. But it is very good feedback from the Honourable Member, and with respect, we appreciate that kind of feedback and input. We have also a number of members who on the council committee who are from Limpopo. So we do have an active engagement with the provinces. We have the official provincial representative. We have a provincial committee. So all of these issues are being unpacked by the committee and by the council, that we are diving into these issues. We're not trying to hide away from it. So I really appreciate the feedback from Honourable Kobane, and we will definitely take this on board. Thank you.
Mr. Buddha, may I ask that NAC perhaps just submit this information in writing to the committee?
My position or the official statistics?
The statistics.
So the statistics, okay, I'll ask Mr. Sala to just go deeper. It is reflected in her presentation. It shows the number of applications received and grants given. But what I'm saying is I don't think there's data on whether the outcomes.
I think Mr. Botha, the honourable member is looking for data pertaining to regions and to districts, and because we all know that he is as well an artist. Honourable Kobani, please wrap up your questions.
Okay. I need to get that data of where they are giving these things happen, and then these things of giving a money to the workshops around villages is a waste of money, because that money is not helping us to workshop people tomorrow they're hungry, tomorrow they don't have anything. I propose that workshop must be stopped. It's a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kobani. The Honourable Molatani. Please unmute.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me greet the Minister, the Deputy Minister, honourable members, the DSEC staff, and National Arts Council, as well as NEHAW, including the parliamentary staff. And let me appreciate the report that has been presented by NAC as well as NEHAW. Chair, I think I still want to say something, even though the time has passed for me to say it, but I think I will say it, Chairperson. I so wish Honorable Malin could have gave me a chance. No, Chairperson. I'm not going to raise the issue
Just give me a hearing. I want to generalize this. Every member that's going to speak, the focus here is on the sector. The artists are suffering outside there, and we have legacy issues here with, and let me say it, with previous ministers, with previous parliaments. And we are listening here now, and what Honourable Kobani has also asked, you know, and the rebuttal, you know, I hope it is the case, stems down for me to a strategic vision. We need a structural reform in our organization, but I want members not to engage in a intercollegial or debate. If a member asks a question to the entity, let the entity respond. This rebuttal amongst one another, and I cannot allow that we politicize this portfolio committee. If you want to politicize something, go to Parliament and say whatever you want to say there. But here we are representing the people of South Africa. So there might be scars, there are scars. And there is resistance from all angles. So if we are really serious about a vibrant portfolio committee, let's keep it sustainable, and let's speak now to the arts, honourable members. Proceed, honourable member.
Chairperson, you could have just allowed me to finish and hear where am I going.
Yeah, I was scared you're going somewhere else, but my apologies.
I'm not going there, Chairperson. Even if I wanted to go there, I won't be able to go there after Minister has just said something that even if we have issues, we cannot raise our issues in front of visitors. We must have our own meeting where we can raise whatever that we wanted to raise. That is why I was saying that sometimes, Chairperson, we need to be allowed, if someone said point of order, to be allowed to raise the point of order. I won't come here and raise the point of order because I'm against the employment of other ethnic group to other ethnic group. That is uncalled for. Unfortunately, the organization that deployed me in Parliament, it has all the ethnic groups in South Africa. I was raising the point of order going somewhere. Unfortunately, I did not get the chance to raise that point of order. That is why I kept quiet, because I didn't want us to have an argument in the portfolio committee, Chairperson. I just want to also, Chairperson, next time, please, we need to respect each other regarding the issue of language when we address one another. Even if an honorable member can say something that I don't like, I will never stand up in the meeting and say that this is nonsense. I will never say that, Chairperson. And by saying that, now we are even afraid to raise our points of issues, because now it means we are going to be told that we are raising a nonsense. Chairperson, let me go to my question. But I think we need that meeting, as Minister has alluded, where we can be able to sit down and discuss our issues without visitors, because I cannot be standing here as the member of ANC saying, trying to say something. It's fine, we'll raise that in closed camera as all political parties, Chairperson. Let me respect your ruling. Chairperson, the issue, I think I'm going to back to that issue I've raised regarding the suspension, or precautionary suspension, or leave of, let me just check it, because the reason why I'm still going back to that issue, Chairperson, the issue of special leave or precautionary suspension, Chairperson, I just want to check, because when you check on the emails, I think on the 18th of email, we received emails from one of the personnel who is on suspension or precautionary suspension or special leave, because I don't know what is happening. He sent us the email, and he was supposed to be part of the officials who were supposed to do the presentation. If we can check on our list, he was supposed to be here to present. But now, I don't know how does NAC work. Can they explain to us? Is those people who are on special leave or precautionary suspension, are they still coming to work? And when you check the letter of the minister, it's clear it talks about precautionary suspension. Can NAC tell us, are those people still coming to work? Because according to the emails, according to the presenters who are supposed to be part of this meeting, one of them, Ms. Julia Dipofa, was supposed to be here to present. But according to the letter of the minister, they're supposed to be on a precautionary suspension. Can they explain to us exactly what is happening there, Chairperson? I will wait for the answer.
NAC, it is confusing. Mr. Masala.
Thank you, Chair. I'll give Mr. Mashale an opportunity, but perhaps I can just clarify. So there's a conflation of precautionary suspension and special leave. And the difference is if you're doing an investigation into a person for whatever reason, and they don't want to take leave, then you place them on precautionary suspension. In these circumstances, the two individuals that are being investigated willingly took leave. They agreed to not work. What council decided is, so that the resolution was that they will continue in their role. There's no reason to remove them until the investigation starts. The process of appointing the investigator took some time in order to follow all SCM processes, and as the acting CEO said earlier on, in order to ensure that it's beyond reproach, every single step was taken meticulously to ensure that the investigator is properly appointed. That appointment was approved and finalized yesterday. And unfortunately, that's just the process. That's how long it took. We resolved as council in September. I think we called an urgent special council meeting in reaction to the minister's letter of 9 September. Obviously, you have to follow proper process from a governance point of view, and we did that process. We called the meeting. We held the meeting. At that meeting, it was resolved to have an investigation or a review over those items that the minister requested us to. I also just want to clarify the public protector complaint, the issues that Nahawu raised, and the letter of the minister all have the same genesis. It's the same set of complaints or allegations. It's just different entities who have joined that process to request action. So action has been taken. Council has resolved to investigate. Because of the position, Ms. Julie de Porfa is the acting arts director manager, which is a very important position, specifically during the funding phase. And Reshma Bula is the CFO. And we're still in the process of investigating. We said, as council, the resolution was they continue in their positions until the investigation starts. They must vacate their offices. They're not working with effect from today, and that's why they're not here to present. They're not working until the investigation is concluded, so that the investigation can take place without any ideas of interference or that they're there during the process. So that's the four corners of this thing. Unfortunately, it takes time. We have to comply with all these regulations requirements, but council did act immediately upon receipt of that letter. We began the process and the process unfolded. We're now having this investigation, and we are hopeful and expect the investigation to be concluded by the 30th of November. I don't know if that answers all the questions. If there's something else, maybe Acting CEO, Mr. Mashala, is there anything I missed?
Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani.
You know, Chairperson, I can hear that the chair of the board he's trying to answer. The reason I will say he's trying to answer. The letter of the minister, it's clear. Precautionary suspension. Unless maybe somewhere, somehow, we did not read that letter clearly. Precautionary suspension. Why are you still keeping the people who are on precautionary suspension, Chairperson? I just want to check with the chair of the board, Mr. Bota. Mr. Bota, what we've just explained, is it the decision of the board, or did you get any legal advice on this issue?
Thank you, Honorable Malatsane. We did not get any specific legal advice on this issue. The council has a number of legal persons on the council. The letter from the minister clearly states that he recommends to council to place the individuals on precautionary suspension. Council has to apply its mind. That is what the National Arts Council Act says. National Arts Council sat together. We debated these issues rigorously and at length. A number of proposals were put forward, and the council decided that the employees would be in their positions until the investigation starts, because the core issue around these is during the investigation process that they're not present and not able to influence the process. So council decided that, and the resolution was taken, that they stay in their positions until the investigation starts. The investigation was appointed yesterday, and both Mr. Porfa and Ms. Bula made the decision on their own accord to commence their leave with immediate effect, and that's why neither of them are here today. I'm not sure. I don't think that's the answer the honourable member wants to hear, but those are the facts. That's what we.
Honourable Molatani, just a second. You've asked a very serious question, but here is my concern as an outsider. And Mr. Botha must respond to this. Can they rely on the lawyers that serves on the board? You see, for me, your role is fiduciary, and unless you are not appointed in that capacity. So I think we should be careful, even if we have the whole board as lawyers and advocates, that in terms of their role and their function, whether it's advisory, fiduciary, or unless it's a formal appointed lawyer on the board, we should be cautious on that. I just want to add this to what Honourable Molatani has said. But Honourable Molatani may proceed. You can respond to me later as well.
Listen, on top of what you've just said, Chairperson, I think you partly covered me, because I wanted to check with Mr. Botha that because they didn't get any legal advice outside, they've relied on the members of the board who are lawyers. Do any one of them, do any one of those board members, is it a labor law expert or labor practitioner, chairperson? Because I think the letter was very clear, and to my surprise, because now NAC is going to appear in the portfolio committee, that's when they decided to implement the issue of the precautionary suspension, chairperson. And Chair, this is so strange. I think this time around, let me bring, is it Mr. Mashale, if I'm not mistaken, who said the officials were placed on a special leave at the end of September. And the chairperson has just said to us now that they were still working. It's only now that out of their own, after that, they decided to take leave. Who's telling the truth between the chair and Mr. Mashale? Who's telling us the truth here, chairperson? We want to know who's telling us the truth on this issue. I will wait for the answer, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to speak for Mr. Mashale, but I'm not sure that's exactly what he said. I think he said the council took the decision at the council meeting that the employees would be placed on special leave when the investigation started. But I'll let him speak to that himself. Chair raises a good point. Lawyers can't be giving the council legal opinions, and none of the lawyers did give legal opinions, but we also can't sit there and not bring our skills. The council gets appointed on the basis of their skills and what they can bring to the council. I think it's just important, Chair, to note that when this matter was raised at council, there was no legal question before us. The minister made recommendations to the council, and the council were, and the letter's clear on this, it was recommendations, and the council engaged with those recommendations, and the decision was taken to commence an investigation, to follow proper SCM, and then to place the employees on special leave, or to ask them to go on special leave.
Mr. Botha, I'm happy.
Okay, I'm covered.
As long as we're not going to, interfere with blur lines, because it's an issue of liability and privilege. We should just guard, but I'm happy with your response. Let's go back to Mr. Mashala. And remember, I asked for the truth earlier on, nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Chair. I can assure Chair that that's what this committee is going to get. What I had indicated was that the council took a decision towards the end of September, but I've just gone back to the minutes. It was actually on the 15th. I've sent the council resolution on this matter to the committee secretary. But what I had said was that the the suspension or the special leave only took place yesterday, and we're still going to. I added that we're still going to send a communication to staff. The council decision on the special leave and in the review took place in September. That's what I said. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson.
Proceed, honourable member.
And Mr. Mashale, can they tell us the truth? All that we want is nothing but the truth. Can they tell us the truth, Chairperson? Because what they are telling us doesn't add up. Doesn't add up, Chairperson. Can they
just what the representative of Nehau has said?
Yes, Chairperson. They must just tell us the truth, Chairperson, because what they are telling us now does not add up at all, Chair. You know the issue of the dates. They can't tally these dates. They can't tally. The one will tell you about these dates, the other one will tell you about these dates. To my surprise, I'm still saying that he's now talking about the 15th of September 2025. But when we receive the document, when we receive the presentation and who are going to be the presenters, Julia Dipofa was there, Chairperson. I'm talking about the list that we received on the 19th of November 2025. But he is telling us that he was suspended from the 15th of September. Exactly, Chairperson. Who's telling the truth here? Who's lying here? Can they not be economical with the truth?
Any response? When we receive communication, it was clear who's going to make presentations.
Thank you, Chair.
Portfolio Secretary did Mr. Mashala email, it's 2 hours later, email that decision when it was taken. Don't respond. I know the answer is no. Proceed, Mr. Botha.
Apologies, Chair. So just on that point, Mr. Mashale just said that he'd emailed it to the Secretary. I just want to clarify that point. The resolution has been emailed to the Secretary. Mr. Mashale just told the committee that when he spoke.
Yep.
Portfolio Secretary, can you put that communication on the group?
Then if I may respond to Honourable Moletsana.
Please do.
Thank you, Chair. So the letter from the Minister came through on the 9th of September. We immediately discussed it and called a special council meeting. Special council meeting was held on the 15th of September. At that special council meeting, this resolution that's been shared with you was passed. That resolution, and I want to emphasize this particularly, the meeting did not place the staff on precautionary suspension. The meeting resolved that, the council resolved that the staff would be allowed to take special leave when the investigation starts. So Ms. Dipofa, and this is why the committee has this peculiarity. Ms. Dipofa and Ms. Bula were...
You go forward. When did they take that? When did the staff take that leave?
Today, Honourable Member Moletsana.
I am also in possession of an email saying who will be absent and who will be present. And in that communication, Ms. Pofa was indicated to be present at this meeting.
That's correct, yes.
And she's not present today.
Yes, that's correct.
How the lies built.
You don't need to explain further. It means Mr. Mashale has lied to the portfolio committee. Let me put it that clearly, that he has lied to the portfolio committee. Chairperson. I don't want Mr. Mashale to respond back. He has lied to a portfolio committee. And I think every now and then we need to remind everyone who's coming to the portfolio committee that lying to the portfolio committee, you can be charged with perjury. They can be charged because they've lied under oath.
Proceed, Honorable Malatsani. Governance issue.
Chairperson, I just also want to check regarding, remember the last time we have an acting CEO at National Arts Council. Are we still having the acting or have they appointed someone?
Chair, through you, Chair. Honourable Moletsana, we commenced the process of appointing a permanent CEO and CFO. The individuals involved in this investigation, Mr. Porfa and Ms. Bula, were applicants for those positions. Council resolved to cancel the entire process pending the outcome of the investigation. For two reasons. One is not to prejudice Ms. Bula and Ms. Porfa in their applications. We uphold the principle of innocent until proven guilty. And secondly, the other applicants to the position, it would be very unfair on them to just pause or suspend the process pending the outcome of the investigation. So we were forced by circumstances beyond our control to terminate the process of appointing the permanent CEO and permanent CFO. This is also why we've placed such an emphasis on the speedy and expedited conclusion of this investigation so that we could get back to the business of filling our permanent CEO and permanent CFO positions as requested by this committee. Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chairperson, I just want to check the issue of NEHAW, the staff bonuses that NAC owe them for almost 3 years. When are they going to get their bonuses? That will be my first question. And then my second question, Mr. Boda, you know, it's very, let me put it bluntly so that it's very embarrassing that we find the entity sitting here with the union raising the issues, and when those issues were supposed to be addressed internally. So have they been addressed internally? If not, when is the board going to address them in those issues? And the other answer, please let me not be told that we are a new board and so forth. We know you are a new board. You know, when you buy a car, when they said food steward, it means you take that car with everything, whether it's heavy mechanical problems or not. So the same thing here, as the new chair, it's food steward. You need to take that entity with all its problem. When are you going to sit down with the union, resolve their issues on top, pay what is owed to them, which is their bonuses? And this one, the one of the legal fees, Chair, I think this one, Mr. Bota cannot answer. All that I will request to send us the report that on this legal fees, 14 million, that union said it was paid on the legal fees. Can they send us a report to explain to us which cases they were dealing with that have arrived to that amount of 14 million? My last question, Chairperson, it's regarding the PESP 5. PESP 5, there are provinces where you find that the number of applicants are very low. What are they doing to pay attention? What are they doing to assist the provinces where the numbers are very low for them to increase that numbers? Because still you'll find that those numbers are very low, but when you check, there are so many people maybe whom their application have been rejected because of 1, 2, 3 things that they did not put in. What are they doing to assist those provinces so that their numbers are reaching to a point where they become a little bit high? Thank you, Chairperson. I think I will pause there.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Moletsane. First question is regarding the bonuses. We have raised the issue of the bonuses was raised at council. The fact is that the bonuses were not approved in the relevant years by the council as it then was. It is not possible for this council to overturn those council decisions. The council has decided not to overturn that decision. It's unfortunate that that NAHA was going to find out in this manner today. We are working on communication, but it is what it is. So we will have to deal with that. But I think it's perhaps a misunderstanding to suggest that the staff are due the bonuses and that the bonuses were simply not paid or through some oversight. The fact is that the council as it then was, not this council, the council of those years did not approve the bonuses. So the bonuses were not due and payable. I do sympathize with the employees. I did understand their plight, and that's why I took it back to council and raised the issue and asked council to address it. Unfortunately, council decided against reopening that particular matter. Obviously, the union has its rights, and look, I think I want to thank the union for coming here. This platform is a transparent platform. The union obviously has its rights, and the members have their rights. I heard a lot about grievances and complaints, etc. For the record, there's not been one matter referred to the Bargaining Council or the CCMA. But I want to thank the union for their actions. They've engaged with me directly on these issues. Unfortunately, the communications didn't go back to them yet, but I have been in contact with Mr. Damien Naidu on occasion, just keeping him up to date with where we are. Things move rapidly, and unfortunately, we just didn't close this loop. So it's a bit unfortunate that they're here today and bringing these issues. We actually have dealt with everything that they raised with me. And even the fact that Mr. Pofa and Ms. Bola are on special leave and being investigated, I truly believe that all the issues NAHA were raised today have been addressed. We will send a formal communication to them along those lines. But yes, I do agree, Honourable Member, it is a bit embarrassing that they're here today. And that we weren't able to continue in that spirit of engagement. And I hope that we can return to that after this meeting. From my side, I hope they can see that we've been sincere. We have addressed the matters they raised. As far as the report for legal fees goes, thank you, Honourable Member. I will request the administration to put that together for us. I'm not sure about this number of 14 million. I think that's inflated, but we will do a formal internal report and give you the facts, no lies. Regarding PSP 6, the provinces, from my point of view, I've been advised that there are steps and processes in place for supporting the underrepresented provinces. But I think it's important that Ms. Lasala, who's really at the coalface on this issue, perhaps puts the committee at ease regarding what is being done in the provinces. I think it's a point of pride for the NSC. We do spend quite a lot of time with limited resources trying to benefit and support the provinces. We've achieved a lot of success over the years. Ms. Lasala, I'm going to hand over to you through you, Chair.
Before Mr. Masala is going to take over, but he can respond to this. Who is the secretary of the council?
Chair, the acting company secretary currently is Ms. Noluvo. Sorry, I apologize. I have these things sometimes informal.
Let me ask Mr. Masala to respond.
Okay, thank you. Mzansi.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Before I respond, I just want to put it on record that, contrary to what Member Molotane said, that I lied to this committee, I have not. I just want to put it on record, Chair, then I'll respond. That I did not lie.
You make it difficult for yourself.
Yeah.
Who is the secretary?
Cannot come here.
No, I'm going to respond to that, Chair. Can I?
We've raised issues on the dates. We've raised issues on the dates. The dates are not tallying, Mr. Mashala. Don't come here and try to protect yourself. You've lied to the portfolio committee.
Who is the secretary?
The secretary is, as the chair has indicated, it's Ms. Nulvo Mzansi. But these minutes were taken whilst I was the company secretary.
That's fine. But I see the email was sent from you to the secretary. Now, in this meeting, there's no mention been made about Ms. Bula.
Chair, yes.
Yeah, he's in attendance, yes, apologies, yes, absent. Ms. Bula's name is not here.
No, Chair, Ms. Bula has his own special leave, just like Miss.
No. The meeting of the meeting of the 15th September, where Princess Dlamini also was present.
Yeah.
Mr. Tembe of Bongani Tembe was also present. Why is Ms. Bula left out here? Was it too much to type?
No, yeah.
Let's leave it. Respond to what Mr. Botha has requested.
I'm not sure, Chair, because I thought I had responded, unless I missed the question.
Please inform your colleague, Mr. Botha, what you wanted him to respond on.
No, Chair, with respect, I wanted Ms. Lesala
Yes.
to address the provincial issue, and then you brought the acting CEO and.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay, I think we're on the same page now. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and committee members. I'm just going to be brief. Thank you, Chairperson, for directing the question for me to clarify. Chair, we are working with provinces to have help desk, and that initiative is over 5 years now. We have had established help desk in different provinces, and we continue to work with also provincials in the provinces, provincial representatives in the provinces, so that we can try and increase the representation of provinces, particularly the disadvantaged provinces. And each year, I keep saying with my stats, they keep increasing. And we do have an allocation, which is a 40-60 split, where we ensure that all the provinces are equally benefiting and to their strength of the applications and proposals that they are putting in place. However, we are also trying to drill down into having those kind of capacity building according to the disciplines, to ensure that report writing and proposal writing is getting stronger, not having representation for the sake of representation. We need to empower artists in those provinces, whether small or big communities, with the necessary skills so that they can be able to continue even outside the NAC getting funding. So these are resourceful skills that we are trying to give opportunities to our provinces. But to answer the honourable member, yes, as the NAC, we have processes in place, and they are getting stronger each time with the help of provincial reps that are sitting in our council, and also panel members that are also at the helm of processing those applications for approval. There is a need for and appetite from panel members to improve on the skills that have been presented by our applicants. So without wasting time, Chair, I can assure the members that we are working even harder from what we have done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Honourable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone who's here. May I start with you, Chairperson, Deputy Minister, and NAC, Nehau, honorable members. First and foremost, Chair, our meetings cannot be reduced to a zoo where other animals are more equal than others, or to sound like we are in a shebeen. South Africans are following these meetings with hope of hearing sound advice that will help them bring change to their lives. I think the decent thing to do, or that should have been done by Honorable Malin, which is parliamentary also, he must withdraw his statement implying that the Deputy Minister is racist. That's very parliamentary. That is procedural in terms of this. It shouldn't be the Minister who's
Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Mtetwa, I have made a request that we not have intercollegial debates on this issue.
I'm not debating, Chairperson. I'm asking the issue of procedural matter.
I'm going to give you opportunity. Let me tell you what I intend to do. We are looking for solutions. And Minister, maybe you should take note of this. I want to, because this issue, and Honorable Auditor yourself have made yourself guilty on similar issues.
I'm not discussing the merits of the issue, Chair. I'm raising a procedural matter. As members of Parliament, we are often asked to withdraw statements that we've made that are unparliamentary.
Give me an opportunity. I want to come with a solution. Minister, I think what the department must do is to request each entity to state whether that particular entity is a designated employer for equity. Accordingly, its council must develop a relevant policy and targets. Then members can be able to argue whether one group is being marginalized or not. I think for the way forward, we must start with that because I'm saying it again, we can meet in camera wherever. Once entities appear before us and they are not dealing with the equity, employment equity, we will have members asking this question. I've given opportunity, and like I've mentioned before, most of the members has utilized this platform to identify similar issues that Honorable Daniels has identified. Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Chairperson, you are out of order. You yourself, you are out of order. You are eating so much time that we should be using to debate issues. I'm just requesting a procedural matter. In Parliament, if you've said something that is incorrect, you are requested to withdraw the statement, not the debate. I'm not saying that you mustn't debate about colors. I'm saying the statement that the Deputy Minister is racist, or implying that the Deputy Minister is racist. The Minister has apologized, but Honorable Malin has not apologized, has not withdrawn the statement.
Honorable Mtetwa, are you
withdrawing the statement on his behalf?
Honorable Mtetwa, are you chairing this meeting?
No, I'm not chairing, but you are interfering too much these days, Chair. I must say, you are interfering you are actually restricting us from speaking these days.
No, that's, I'm the last one who would like to do that. I'll never do that.
Okay, let's pass, Chairperson. Let me get into the issues, because you are defending Malin from doing what is parliamentary.
I'm not defending any member here.
It's fine, Chairperson. Let me continue. Deputy Chairperson of NAC, Her Royal Highness Princess Tselentle Dlamini. On the 12th of September 2023, you stated that Tshepo Mashiane's case is a labor dispute matter and therefore operational. Why is it therefore a special project handled in your office as the Deputy Chairperson of NAC? How much to date has been spent on that case? What was the outcome of the internal hearing and the CCMA regarding this matter? Have you submitted the report to the Portfolio Committee on this matter? I'm grouping all those questions to Deputy Chairperson.
Deputy Chairperson, can you respond? I hope you have minuted all down.
Chair, if I may, right at the beginning of this meeting, we noted the apology of the deputy chairperson. She's not present in this meeting.
Sure. But I'm sure the chairperson can respond to the questions because, yeah.
I don't think I can, Chair. I might have to ask the acting CEO to. I've seen things in the media about Mr. Tsepo Masiane. I've heard these questions before, but I don't know the answers. Perhaps the acting CEO can address us.
Is there anyone who can address these questions?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I did take note of the honourable members' questions. May I suggest that we submit a report with all the information and figures that the honourable member has requested. We can do that through the office of the committee secretary.
That's fine. In your listing of people who are in the management of NAC, you did not list Ms. Kelebogile Ngoko, who has been on suspension for the longest time with a salary from NAC. And you did not list her as a manager, as part of management. Is that a sign of having prejudged the process, the hearing process, the disciplinary hearing process that you are undergoing currently? Is that a sign of having prejudged that she's no longer an employee? And then I think this is it's almost a similar situation. How do you put people on special leave? If you can just note the questions. How do you put people on special leave end of September, but only send communication to staff members today when you're coming to the portfolio committee? Whilst on suspension, the third question is that whilst on suspension, the two members that you've named to be on suspension, whilst on suspension, do they still have tools of trade? Are they still in the system, part of the system, in the system of NAC? Can you give me the responses to that?
NAC?
Thank you, Chair. I'll address the second and the third question. I'll have to ask, I don't know who compiled the report that Honourable Mtet was referring to, but I'll ask the acting CEO to direct us who can answer the question on the organogram. So regarding the special leave, the decision of the council, the resolution of the council to grant special leave to Ms. Depofa Masbula was conditional upon it starting when the investigation commences. They weren't placed on precautionary suspension or on special leave at that point in time. They were to continue in their roles until the start of the investigation. That was the resolution of the council. So I think that answers the question. Their special leave commenced yesterday, the moment the investigators were formally appointed. Until yesterday, they continued in their job as per the ordinary course, in line with the council's resolution regarding that matter.
Chairperson, what would be the reason of putting one on suspension? Logically, what would be the reason of putting one on suspension? In your own understanding, as a legal person.
Me?
Yes.
So Honourable Mtetwa, the purpose that we discussed at council for putting them on suspension, or not on suspension, but on special leave, to granting them special leave, is to ensure that they're not in the office during the investigation. So when the investigators are on site and engaging with staff and engaging with whatever they are going to engage with, the employees are not present and they're not seen to be or able to interfere with the investigation.
So in other words, you didn't see any need to immediately put them on that special leave so that they don't when they get to know that they will be put on leave as soon as the investigation begins, they might not interfere with the issues that they were charged with or that they were suspected to have committed. You gave them enough time to stay in their positions without thinking that they might interfere with the process or clean up their tracks before the investigation begins. Or this special leave was a secret one, was kept a secret against them.
No, thank you, Honourable Tetwa. The council, again, it's not my decision, it's the council's decision. The council engaged with this debate and felt that there was no risk that you've raised now that the employees in question would be engaged or destroying evidence. Their disciplinary records are good. So council felt that there's no risk and no need to place them on precautionary suspension. The special leave is literally for the period that the investigation takes place. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that was what was resolved by council.
Honourable Tetwa, I'm so sorry to do this to you. I want to piggyback on a follow-up question what you are asking. There was a report from the public protector in August, the 6th of August. There are serious allegations with serious monies involved. This includes first, second, third, and fourth waiver allocations of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Fund, something like that. As they seen this document, and in this document of Honourable Tetwa of the public protector, they also requested a response. So there were no response. If you look at the minister's letter, have they seen the content of the public protector? Like I've said, serious allegations in that report.
Yes, Chair, the allegations, the original allegations, which are also being, so the public protector hasn't released a report. The public protector initiated an investigation and notified council of the allegations. Council sent these allegations to the people involved. Again, as I said, we uphold the rule of law and Odi Altram Partem. We asked them for a response. That response was then collated at council and then sent to the minister with all the issues, all the responses. And there were 5 items that the minister identified from that response that the minister said requires further investigation. And it is in response to that letter that we then commenced the process of appointing an investigator, and council resolved at that very same meeting that these employees would continue in their positions until the start of the investigation.
Thank you, Honourable Tetwa. I just wanted to bring that in to share some light for the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you are right to do so, because I was going to say it is quite unbelievable that a person with the legal background would say that these members are highly disciplined. Yet it took the minister to write a letter for their suspension or their special leave. It took the public protector to write a report about them, but yet he regards, or the council regards them as highly disciplined. It's very questionable. Okay, can somebody respond to Ms. Kilebuchilengo's question that I raised? And whether these 2 members who are on special leave have the tools of trade, and are they still in the system as we speak?
Acting CEO, if you can address us on those items, please.
Yeah, thank you. On the first issue of Ms. Kilebuchile Dingoko, not being on the management structure, that is, and whether her case is now prejudged because she's not on the structure. That is an oversight. I think the case is still ongoing and she is being paid every month, like everyone who's in the office. So I want to apologize on behalf of management that when we compiled the structure, we inadvertently omitted Ms. Dingo's name in terms of the management staff. That is an oversight on our part, which we take responsibility for. On the second issue regarding the tools of trade in respect of the employees who are on special leave, though they were notified yesterday that they have been granted special leave, and that today the driver will be collecting their tools of trade, so they will be without the tools of trade during the course of the independent review. Thank you, Chair.
Are they still on the system?
They are still employees, if that's what you mean.
Okay. All right. Your background at NAC, you were the company secretary. If my memory serves me well, you were the company secretary and now acting as a CEO.
Correct.
Okay. So it was just a pure error, mistake from your side not to list Dilebogile Ngoko as part of the management. That's what you're saying.
Indeed.
Yeah, I would be worried to have somebody who's acting as a CEO coming from the company secretary position, somebody who's supposed to pay much detail on issues, especially on governance issues and everything that has to do with the structure, to make such an error. But I will take your apology, but I take it with much reservation. National Arts Festival, if you remember in the previous meeting we had with NAC, I asked the question that with your late, this is commonly done by NAC often. You make your announcement, you open up for the applications, you appoint the panel late, and then you have to rush the process of going through the selection process, and then you have to announce. That's why you always miss your announcement dates. And I wish that Deputy Chairperson was here, because she gave us that assurance that no one will be left outside, especially on the National Arts Festival, formerly known as Grahamstown Festival. No one will be left, because especially those that have been approved by National Arts Festival to participate. But we were inundated with a number of queries or requests to intervene, because people were approved. A number of them who were approved did not get the support that we were given assurance on. What was the cause for that? What happened with the support for those who were approved?
Thank you, Honourable Mtetwa. I'm not sure exact details. Perhaps Ms. Lesala, would you be able to answer this question?
Certainly, Chair. I can attempt. Thank you very much. Should I start?
Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Mtetwa. It's always a pleasure to engage with you. Let me just give you a bit of stats in terms of what beneficiaries that were approved. We had, we had sent out a call for the closing date of the 30th of May for particularly applications that intend to participate at the NAF, which was an outcry from the sector to request the NAC to have a special attention given to those who have a big appetite to participate at Grahamstown. And that's what exactly that happened. We opened a call and we closed on the 30th of May, and the applications were reviewed by the office and also were sent by panel. I want to speak about panel in particular because I remember this question really arose so many times for the NAC to respond. We had a special panel, which was a special super panel to be continuing with us for that particular exercise to ensure that the process it follows the standing procedure that we have to adhere to review applications. And there were 27 projects that were approved according to the disciplines and also the provinces. Eastern Cape had 4, Free State had 3, Gauteng had 4, and KwaZulu-Natal had 4, and Limpopo had 3, Mpumalanga 2, Northwest 3, and Northern Cape 1, and Western Cape 3. These are the members that who have been allocated up to 2 million, which was allocated for the NAF. You're asking a very important question to state who has received any funding. And I think if I really would plead with you to give you a proper report as to state how much was dispersed, to who it was dispersed, and what amount that were outstanding, to ensure that at least what you're asking.
My question borders around the short period of time that you allocate. You fail to plan. And this is what I'm saying. Commonly, it is known of NAC missing its deadlines. You know, when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Okay? I'm asking this question because at our meeting in Parliament, NAC gave us the assurance when I asked why you always seem to be caught up with your pens down. You always appoint the panel, I don't know whether it is deliberate to appoint panels at the very last hour, when you don't give that panel enough time to go through this. And when you get applications, you get a lot of applications. I don't know what is this qualification of a superpower panel, superpower or super panel. What makes it to be super as opposed to other panels that that NAC is known for? So I don't know, that's just a description you are giving it in order to justify why that panel could have done whatever it did. It failed to do what we were assured, because the process was like, it will be the National Arts Festival that will give you a list of those who have been approved, which made logical sense. Then you will then immediately facilitate that process, because there was a limited time in regard with that. And you treated this matter of National Arts Festival as something that is very urgent, exclusively, that needs exclusive attention, when the call was for everybody to apply. But then you had this particular super panel that you appointed in order to fast track this one. I don't know whether because the festival is run by former Department of Arts and Culture person. Yeah, then you give this preferential treatment. I don't want you to belabor on this issue. I would like to get that report.
I want to say, let's pretend all the artists watch this program or this meeting. You use the word, what Honorable Mtetwa is now saying, you use the word that they are chasing a deadline. Can we explain to the artists what we meant by that, so that they can understand? In line with what Honorable Mtetwa is asking.
And why chase deadline as if you're caught up with your pens down when you know that that National Arts Festival, it's a standing festival that is known for years it has been?
Can we get a response to Honorable Mtetwa's question? Yes.
Okay. I would like to point out on the presentation, which was assured to the members when the office was requested to come and talk about the NAF. I would like to even indicate and correct Mr. Honorable Mteto that NAC did meet its deadline. We had promised that we will take out the outcomes on the 17th, and we took out the outcomes on the 14th. We contracted the week of the 17th, and 16 being a holiday, we were working. We took out the contract and artists were able to travel to the NAF. I will request Honorable Mteto, with respect, to give you a report, as you stated, and I am also assuring you, to give you exactly how we arrived from the process that I had indicated, and even the implementation prior to funding. With NAF, we have met the timelines that we have communicated. We have met the timelines that we will be able to pay the first tranche for the successful beneficiaries. We ensured that they do travel. And I would really be given, I would appreciate Honorable Mteto and the Chair and committee members to be given a chance to prepare a report to give feedback with the proper stats that will somehow inform our members formally to give you what really happened. And I really appreciate this kind of a conversation with Honorable Mteto, because he did speak about it and he actually expressed the concern, and we actually ensured, with the back of my mind, knowing how you were stressful about it, it was almost like anxiety, because I really wanted to ensure that we keep our promise. And I can tell you and assure you we did keep our promise.
Thank you, Honorable Mteto.
Let me make the statement. And you will understand why I'm making the statement. Apart from us following, we follow the money, I think we must also add I'm not a number. You see, every institution that comes here to come and please us with numbers. It looks good in the paper, but the actual impact on the ground is not reflective of this paper that looks so beautifully done. I'm not a number. When you look at the mandate of the NAC, I've got a lot of questions, but I've realized that there's nothing unknown to ask from NAC, as its issues are openly in the public domain. So I pray that my submission, I wish I could do a submission that will prompt the Minister, DSEC, NAC to acknowledge the lack and appreciate the start afresh that it should be given. They would remember that I requested a meeting with them, because we want to help, we want to improve. We are not here to bash people, but we want to see improvement. And it doesn't help us to come here and present what looks good. You're telling us that you created jobs. I can tell you that technically, when you say you created a number of these jobs, for instance, when you talk of jobs in Gauteng, and as compared to Limpopo and wherever, Gauteng is a melting pot of that sector. There are people who are coming from the very same provinces that you are not counting to have been given jobs. That's why you've got a large number based on the approvals in Gauteng. Because there are people who are coming from these provinces who have actually benefited, but they are regarded as people from Gauteng when they are not, the migration of workers, which is one thing that you need to deal with in terms of why do we have the provincial departments in all provinces, Department of Arts and Culture in all provinces, to retain the people in their own provinces so that they are not urged to migrate from their provinces, places of comfort, and come to Joburg to be to be seekers of this dream that you're supposed to create against your mandate. The mandate that you have, it says you are going to encourage opportunities for persons to practice arts, understanding and enjoyment of arts, general application of arts in the community, foster expression, give historically disadvantaged. Who are these historically disadvantaged? What's the policy around that? So instead of me continuing with my questions, because I feel that I'm defeated, who's this employee that is suspended with paying someone without employment contract? No one is stating these issues, you know. Chairperson, there's not a question that has been answered here to to our appreciation or to the nation's appreciation. But instead, NAC is acting as mashonisa. Let me tell you what NAC does. Is acting as mashonisa and banks who are in business of creating dependency, especially from those defined as from previously disadvantaged backgrounds. This leads to most recipients being blacklisted. Check, if you want to see this, check with the credit bureau, who are the most blacklisted people, which races most blacklisted against to even lose the ability to have financial, to participate in the financial industry. So NSC has joined that because what it does, it lacks its understanding of who it is serving. When you open these open calls, because of these delays and infiltration and interference, political interferences, you end up losing your dates. When you look at the application that is required by, the information that is required by NAC to fill up in those applications, one of the critical part of that application information is the rollout plan of these projects. And people put dates, attach dates to those rollout plans. When you postpone the announcement, when you delay to disperse the funds.
Yeah, disperse, yeah.
Disperse the funds. You have disrupted the program. You have made people to get into debts because there are deposits that are paid. If I'm doing an event, I have to book artists. I pay deposit to secure artists for those dates. I pay deposit to secure venues for those dates. I pay deposit for service providers. But no, because NAC has got people who are not from the sector, who don't understand what the sector does, who are just there because of their skills. In fact, I can tell you from this point that NAC lacks skills. You employ people who are junior, who are not skilled, so that you play them like you do. Where in the world you would find an employer these days who shouts at employees? What Nehao is telling us today, it's a disgrace from a department that is linked to a national department that is linked to government, to be having such tendencies at work, because you are run there. You run that institution as if it's for a particular clique. It's for a particular clique. There are people who are running that institution, not the board that is sitting there as that. So I would want chairperson of NAC. I would want you to facilitate a consultation. I will do it for free, to come and show you where the problems are. Not these numbers that we are given. We are not a number. Our people out there are not numbers. They are in debt today because of NAC, the promises that have never been fulfilled. Yes, now you are saying you are in good relations with the industry. Not long ago, there was a sit-in at NAC. You are not addressing those issues. When there was a sit-in previously of 60 days at NAC, please don't come here and just talk as if we are children here. We don't do our researches. I think, Moletsane, you are constantly raising this issue. I taught you very well that when people come before us, Chair, they're under oath. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Teto. I gave you more time, even if you wanted to kick me out of this meeting, because you are very passionate. You are very passionate on this issue. I also have a few questions, but Honorable Makato, please proceed.
Hey, Motata took a long time. Yo. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, the department, and also all the honorable members. I just want to start with the audit opinion. They said it's unqualified with findings. So I just want them to tell us about those findings and how to solve them. That is my first question. I don't know whether I can complete them or they want
I
to.
think let's take them one by one. Governance.
Okay.
Governance. You know how the committee feel about governance.
Okay.
Response, please.
Thank you, Chair. Acting CEO, I know that we did go through those findings in your presentation, or not your presentation, perhaps. If you could just maybe bring up that presentation again with those findings.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask Charles or Lerato to just bring it up.
I think Lerato covered it, but let's put it up and go through it again for Honourable Mokgato, so we can have that visible in front of us while she questions us on these findings. Lerato?
Chair, I've shared my screen with the audit findings.
We can see the screen. I think if you could just walk us through them again for Honourable Mokgato, please.
I think on the performance areas, we had number of indigenous art forms funded by the NAC, where the Auditor General's comments was that the indicator tracks the number of beneficiaries funded participating in indigenous art forms, whereas the definition of the indicator for the technical indicator descriptions focuses on the number of indigenous art forms that have been. This is looking at how the wording of the indicator is, where it says the number of indigenous art forms funded by the NAC. Now, the Auditor General's opinion was that the NAC would be funding the indigenous art forms. However, from the NAC's perspective was to say, because we're a funding agency and, the indigenous art forms would be funded, they will be implemented by beneficiaries. The vacuum that we have done in this indicator name is by not being very specific in terms of the beneficiaries, the number of beneficiaries who would then be sub-funded by the NAC indigenous art forms. So that's the first one. Then the second indicator, Chair, would be the number.
Sorry, Lerato, sorry to interrupt you. Through you, Chair. Honourable Mokgato, do you want us to discuss each one as we go, or would you like Lerato to continue?
No, I can see them now. I think now I see them. I think I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. Do you want us to continue, Honourable Mokgato? Or through the rest, or are you covered?
No, I think under the audit opinion to be unqualified with findings, now we are able to see some of the things. So I think I'm fine. Chairperson, I think I'm fine on this one.
Okay. So
can I go to the next one?
Chair, can I stop sharing?
Yes, stop sharing, but please proceed, Honourable Mokgato.
Yes, another one on the issue composition of the council. It is much clear, but I just want to know the number of males and females so that we can see that the composition is quite right. Males and females, how many? How many males and how many females?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Mokgato. Acting CEO, do you have that statistic readily at hand? I can quickly count it, but can we just...
Unfortunately, Chair, but I can quickly do the calculations and then just...
Yes, I saw them on the screen, but I didn't calculate. So that's why I wanted to do it.
Yeah. Honourable Mokgato, can we circle back to that in a minute, or while we calculate those? That's good for you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
If I may, I'm able to assist in the immediate, if I can be able to respond.
Please do so.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, according to the NAC, we have 24 board members, and out of the 24, we have 9 women representation, which accounts for 37.5%. Thanks, Chair.
Come again.
We have 9 female board member representation, accounting for 37.5%.
Okay. It seems females are too small, ne? Males are more.
Yeah, that's factually correct, Honorable Makgato.
Okay, in future, I think you must be able to make things at the same place. Then I'm going to the performance. Chairperson, can I move?
Yes, please move.
Under the performance, I saw the other one of 84 achieved and 16 not achieved. On the one of 84, I think I can say I appreciate. Then again, we have 16 not achieved. How are you going to make this not achieved so that it can be in standard with the 84 achieved matters?
Thank you, Honorable Makgato. I think Lerato is best positioned to answer that question too. Unless, can you answer it, Lerato?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much for the question. For the 24-25 financial year annual performance plan, we had 25 indicators. And with the new 5-year term, there has been a strategic plan that has been drafted and approved by Parliament. And that's what we would be focused on aligning as we generate our annual performance plans from 25-26 all the way to 29-30. But also into taking into consideration that in the current financial year, in terms of the indicators that we have set, we have tried to ensure that the way we have structured these indicators would achieve and align with the SMART principles as required within the frameworks of the DPME and National Treasury. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And according to Program 1, we have got 15 programs. 2 is not achieved. Maybe you can also come with a plan on the non-achieved program, only 2, 6, and 7 not achieved. Can you please respond on this one?
Thank you, Honorable Makgato. Do you want specific details? Do I need to bring Lerato back in, or does it suffice to say that all the shortcomings in these APPs are core issues for the council, and we have them as priorities at council meetings to ensure that they are being addressed every time we have a meeting, to ensure that we don't have these findings again? Is that sufficient, or do you need more detail from Lerato, Honorable Makgato?
Or in other ways, you have got the way forward?
Yes, we are actively progressing and reviewing these KPIs and the performance of the department as a council to ensure that we are agile and meet the strategic plan as it goes through, as it progresses.
Okay, as long as you have got an update in future, I don't think we'll ask those questions again. The same is in progress too, or under admin, so they are the same. I think this one I won't ask. And then let me go to the job challenges. Then you said that the administration burden on small organization. What is the plan for the department so that in future we can't have the job challenges?
Through you, Chair, sorry, I didn't quite catch that. My system went a little bit fuzzy. Just can I ask the honourable member to just repeat, or can somebody just...
I can take that.
Just go under the job challenges. The other one is, it says high demand versus limited resources. The second one says administration burden on small organization. So my question says, what is the plan for the department in future so that the things can run well?
Okay, no, that's clear. I think then I'm going to ask Ms. Lesala to answer that question for us, please. Lesala.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair and members, for the question as well. The NAC, it's planning to do its own capacity building when it comes to disciplines and discussions that have happened within the disciplines meetings to speak about the burden that they see organizations are operating under, and there is a lack of capacity. And it's important over and above is giving them information about the NAC and speaking about the criteria of the NAC, what over and above we can give them to even understand the policies that are assigned to the disciplines so that we can give more information and capacity that is more useful for the organizations and applicants to even reach out to other funders, because at the end of the day, you say applications are poorly written, but you're not reaching out to give that kind of skills that really sharpens the artist way of proposing for projects. And we know that the strength of an artist is an expression, an artistic expression. When it comes to management skills, they seem to battle. So how do we create a balance? And this is one of the skills that we want to impart. And panel members have also expressed the concern regarding the lack of capacity possessed by the organizations, even how they put information together. You can see that there is no alignment, and we are going to try and get those capacity building projects and also really roll out. When we roll out for funding, we also introduce the capacity building around proposal writing, around financial management, around even marketing and communications, so that artists are not just knowing how to put together a proposal to get funding, but also to organize themselves within the portfolio that they are experienced at and they are expertise at. I hope I've answered you.
Yes. And then now I'm going to the block bursary funding. On this one, I appreciate that funding to learners and also allocation to projects. On this one, I don't have any question. I appreciate. Now I'm going to how the unresolved staff bonuses of 2019 to 2021. The previous council claimed that bonuses were not deserved due to negative media coverage. What is the way forward on this matter?
Are they going to get paid or not?
Thank you, Honourable Mkhata. Through you, Chair. Council's resolution is not to pay those bonuses. The council that made those decisions had information before them, which we do not. And for us to overturn a previous council's resolution arbitrarily or without cause is not good governance. So yeah, unfortunately, this council also did not approve the appeal in that process. Obviously, Nahawu and the workers have their rights and they can enforce those rights. But as far as council goes, our hands are tied. This is what the council has decided. We will have to engage with Nahawu through the regular processes if they do decide to take that route. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
But this unfair treatment. Then my last question will speak about the governance conflict of interest and concerns. Just what to check the principles of transparency, fairness, accountability. What is your plan on this matter? And then how? under the governance conflict of interest and their concern.
Thank you, Honourable Mokgato. I think it's important for Nahawu to report back to the staff that the investigation into the persons that they're complaining about has commenced, and they will be given a voice, and they will be given an opportunity to engage with those investigators. Council cannot react more than that. We receive the complaints, we begin an investigation, and we wait for the report. Once the report comes through, we will deal with it on its merits. But I think it's important to understand that the staff now have the platform that they were asking for. I hope that answers the question, Honourable Mokgato.
Thank you. Please,
Okay,
now take note of that.
That was my last question, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give an opportunity now to Honourable Matawung. Then I see another hand, Honourable Kobani, and then Honourable Mtetwa.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings, everyone. Without waste of time, Chair, I think my first question will be based on, I just want to ask the Minister to say, how does he feel at the present moment whereby he took out the letter, and when he took out the letter, those people that were supposed to be suspended or were served with the letter, they continued to work till to date, which is we just find it out that some only left yesterday. So how does the Minister feels about it? To say when you serve and suddenly people don't take you serious as a minister, how do you feel about that from this meeting? That will be my first question.
Minister, very important question.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable, you know, when we hire people or when we appoint people, we appoint them based on their expertise and what they know. And usually we hire people that knows things that we don't know. When we appointed the board, I appointed the board based on their expertise. If I wanted all the instructions to go my way, I would not have needed a board. I would have just run roughshod. But because I will tell them my feelings and say this is how I see it playing out, and I will give it to them. And it's not always, it's not the first time, it's not the last time where I would want a certain outcome, and I got the opposite outcome. But I trust the people that's there. In a case where I realize that, but their decision is wrong, mine is right, it is only then the portfolio committee will get a letter from me that says I am dissolving this board. But I think a leader must also be teachable. I think if you lead an institution, you should have capacity to be proven wrong or to be told, we will have the desired outcome, but your route you are proposing, we want to go on the highway, you want us to go on the side streets. So I didn't take any offense to it. I am not a man with a big ego, so I will see. But if it doesn't work out, if there's problems, the board will be yesterday's board. Then I will take action. Thank you very much, Honourable.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister, for your answer and the honesty. Yes, we do need people with expertise in the art field, Minister. We really need them. Coming to NAC. NAC, you took out the grants for infrastructure. So I just want to know which places that have been completed and which places that are not completed yet and why.
Thank you, Honourable Matong. I'm going to ask Acting CEO, do you know the answer to this question, or perhaps is it...
Yeah.
Thank you,
Chair. The minister.
Okay. Thank you. I think Mr. Drinkwater is the right person to respond to this question.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Sorry, apologies, Honourable Matong.
No stress.
Thank you for the question. There's two current projects that we have, active projects for infrastructure. The one is the general building maintenance. Those funds have been received in Q3. That's just our annual funding for the building itself. And then the big project that we have is for the installation of solar energy solution. And that tender is to serve at council on the 27th of November. And that's the two projects that we have.
And in which areas are those?
It's both the UAMP infrastructure conditional grant. It's for our building, and it's just two separate projects. So it's the NIC general building maintenance, and then we have the separate project under infrastructure, which is for the solar panels.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, in regarding to the applications, there's sometimes whereby you find out, like as Mr. Kubana said, that in Limpopo or in other neighboring or rural areas, you might find out that people are clueless about how to sign up the application forms. Is there anything that you guys are doing at the present moment in order, whenever these workshops are being conducted, you conduct workshops whereby you teach these people on how to do an application. That way is to avoid that their applications are being rejected more often. So is there any plan that you guys are having at the present moment that will be based on that, especially whenever it comes to the new applicants? You know, even the old applicants who have applied before, numerous times, and their applications were rejected. Have you ever considered those guys or those organizations or that individual to say, come forth, let's teach you how to do the application, so that the next time when it does an application, you will understand what is it that is needed at the present time? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think it's going to be appropriate for Ms. Lesala to answer this question. I think she's actually eager to answer this question.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Honourable Mudawung, thank you very much for your question. And this is one of those questions that you know very well that is quite challenging, but also at the same time, we are not sleeping on them. We are constantly improving how we give skills to our artists. I would tell you, like, all the time, whether physical workshops or online workshops, the order of those workshops, of implementing them, is to teach our artists how to fill up the form of the NAC, what is the guiding lines, how are they supposed to be adhered to, and it's been a passion of ours to make sure that we give those kind of information in detail. And over and above, we also have an opportunity for applicant who will not be having any access of using our online system to use a manual application, which our office also gives that platform and that opportunity for those who don't have access to data or even online system can use our physical application to complete and submit in our offices, or post or courier, or even hand deliver them. It's important that we open those opportunities widely. But here's the issue here. Our applications are getting we get an overwhelming number, to a point where a lot of applications are now even compliant. And that tells you that our artists are really understanding the level in the way we are expecting the application to be submitted. But now we are confronted with less funding to give, where you have applications that are compliant, that even adhere to the guidelines, but do not make it to the final list because funds deplete while you're in the process of allocating. It's a challenge, and we can't ignore that. We can't. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Chair.
Proceed.
You just said something that is alarming in terms of you have a lot of applications coming in, but you have 7 segments, right? So in all the 7 segments that you have people who are working there, making sure, checking these applications to see this one is good, this one is not good. But my take is, I, as Gift Mutaung, also applied for this funding. Let's say I'm doing a festival, and you find Sibusiso, this site is also doing a festival, but in different areas, and we're around Soweto. Mine is 10,000, 100,000 rand. Sibusiso one is 200,000 rand. Then, how do you match the scale, or how do you take Sibusiso and Gift, because of they having the same project, which will benefit both the communities at large? Is there any way that as an SNAC to say, why don't you match and do this one festival, both of you? Because at the end of the day, it's not about an individual, it's all about the craft itself, So have you ever had that kind of thoughts? Because I feel like if we can have that kind of a route, for instance, if we have plus minus 10,000 applicants and we only have money that will serve for 5,000, why can't we just match these guys into, and they do a project for 5,000, all of them at the same time? Because of splitting the funds, it will be a problem. As Eugene said, that some people, when they say they have been approved or you need quotations and stuff, people are using their monies to book artists, to book stage, to do this and that. But suddenly, then, boom, they said, okay, now there's no money anymore. And we can't, you guys can't even compensate those companies or that individual who was trying to do that project. I'll wait there for now.
Should I respond, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you, both of you. Honorable Mutaung, that's a very good question, and I will try and be as detailed and not to take your time. It's important that this kind of a conversation is expanded because the sector is also listening as we speak here. When it comes to allocations of amounts to beneficiaries or even applicants at that time, it is a responsibility of panel. Of course, the office is guiding them because some of us, we've been in the sector for quite some time. But at the same time, they have the responsibility to advise us. Hence, that opportunity is given to public to nominate people who are competent to come and serve in the panel. And when it comes to trying to merge artists to work together, Honorable Mutaung, it's something that is so difficult because artists themselves, they choose who they want to work with. So if we gave allocation to Puleng and want Puleng to work with Honorable Mutaung, even though the intentions are positive, you don't want to interfere in how artists want to create their work or even collaborate whoever that they want. It becomes very difficult when it comes to those kind of merging, because at the end of the day, applicants, they have applied individually and organizations have applied in their own capacity. At the end of the day, if you want them to now work with so-and-so and that one, you can only advise. And panel can only recommend, but it's going to be entirely up to an organization or an individual to say, I'm prepared to want to work with so-and-so. I'll give you one typical example. We wanted to merge very good, strong artists with those we think that they need some kind of skills, which is empowering. We just wanted to call it a hand-holding funding. Honorable Mutaung, that process, it was a nightmare because applicants, when you give them funding and you say, we are allocating a certain amount so that you can be able to be given more skills by a particular artist who's having the same expression as you, but who's got more experience and artistically has shown a very good track record. It has been criticized for some time to a point where we let it go, Chair. And we will try and look into this as well. And I believe the Chair is listening with council members and panel is also listening to look into areas of trying to improve and see what are possibilities of collaboration. But it's something that we have really tried before, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
May I ask Honorable Mataung, you still have some time, but may I ask that we address each other as honorable members?
Sorry, Chair, it was me. Honorable Chair, it was me.
Okay.
I just wanted to add to what Ms. Lasala said, and I think I actually agree with Honorable Member Mtetwa and Honorable Member Motong. The challenges I found at the NIC is really linked to a lack of resourcing. And if we can get this honorable committee to lobby government to give the NIC more funding, that would be wonderful. And the information I want to share with you is Honorable Mackenzie at the signing of the shareholder compact instructed all the chairpersons and the CEOs to present to the ministry a disruption model. And we then scheduled a session, acting CEO can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was in September, with a specialist company called Undani, who engaged with council, with all administrators, with some industry experts to address this very thing, because I hold the view, and I think I share the view with a lot of the panel members, that the NIC has done an incredible job to now in terms of parts of its mandate, and specifically in terms of broadening access and bringing in more participants. But it's important now to look at how we develop a supply chain and to generate. So I think what Honourable Member Motong is saying is, how do we now use the NIC to fund projects that develop supply chain and a revenue stream markets? And I just wanted to inform the committee that Undani are still working on finalizing their proposal. They're putting together a pilot project. We will share that in due course. But just to emphasize what Ms. Lasala is saying is, this is a concern for this council, and we have taken action to address the manner in which funding is being distributed, and how to enhance that and improve it so that we can build an art sector and not just participate in the art sector, like a Mashonisa, as Honourable Mtetwa said.
Thank you, Honourable Motong.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, there's one concern again, which is I have with NAC. Recently, there were people who were striking at the NAC building, closing doors at the NAC building. Some of them, they even slept there, After days or so, after they were sleeping there, then there were monies that were taken out and given to certain members, to go and run certain projects, and I just want to find out from the acting CEO to say, why did you allow that to happen and take out money to those and give to the people that were striking there? Was it because of you wanted to shut their mouth? Because of it's so sad to say people will go and sleep at your doorstep, then suddenly that's when you will give them money. But when they apply, then the money is not coming out. So
the point is made.
From the artist point of view, as an artist, do we have to go that route to bend tires so that money can be out? Thank you.
And to sleep in the office.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I do understand Honourable Motong's point, and I think it's important to just distinguish it slightly. The entities that came to the office obviously sat in, had the shutdown, but there was an active engagement with the artists, and an agreement was reached that they would assist us with hosting tables as the NAC, with hosting tables in different provinces. This is a gap in our structure. We only, I think if you looked earlier on, we only have 48 permanent employees. So it's a gap in our structure. It's difficult for us to get to provinces. They presented a case where they said that they have a presence in various provinces and they can assist with getting the process and connecting with communities and helping us reach more communities. I believe that the acting CEO at the time was Mr. Mohuera, and I think Ms. Lusola was also there. I wasn't in the meeting, but I'm just reporting back on what was agreed. It was a pilot project. Council is definitely going to sit and look at that pilot project. We've also, there's pros and cons. There've been some negatives that we were not too happy with. And I think one of those is, as Honourable Motong pointed out, you create this impression that shutting down the NAC is what gives you funding. So we do need to rectify that. That wasn't the process. These were not artists who were funded. This was a NAC administrative project that we engaged with them as service providers. But council is certainly going to sit down, unpack that, and decide and review it and see whether it was in the best interest of the NAC or not.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much.
Please wrap up, Honourable Member.
Yes, I'm wrapping up. I only have two last questions, but I just want to deliberate on this one that you just tabled now about the table structures. So my take is, Chair, the people that receive the money, whether it's even if they were Joburg guys or Limpopo guys, my problem is based on that to say, even if they took the money, how sure are we that they went and do those workshops in Limpopo, in Tzaneen? Did they bring back those report backs and say, this is what they've done? Because of, even if it's 150,000 rand, Chair, that 150,000 rand, a person that stays in Limpopo, in Honorable Kovane's village, if we said, okay, you do conduct the workshop, you make sure that in this workshop, people are going to benefit in this fashionable way, then taking a person from Joburg and says, I know I can go to Northwest. I'll make sure when I get to Northwest, I'll deliver. So such things, Chair, and those are the things that we need to avoid in the long run. We have a lot of people who are busy bringing in applications. Some of them, they want to do developments. Some of them, they want to do, all the development. So why don't we take people from their respective provinces in order for us to equip some of the other upcoming theater practitioners or visual artists and stuff? And from that, I'll ask my last question. How many disabled people are in the board and who are employed? So now we're no longer talking about the social cohesion now. So I just want to find out if is there any disabled person that is employed by the board. I thank you, and thank you so much, Chair.
Through you, Chair. Honourable Motong, I think, so I'm just going to note your point. I can't answer you because, as I said, we are going to analyse that ourselves as council. It's a fair point, and it's definitely something that we must unpack at council to understand whether what that pilot project, so to speak, whether it served its purpose and was in the best interest of the council. Regarding disabled persons, I don't want to shoot from the hip, Chair. May I ask the acting CEO if he knows, or if there's anybody maybe
I I ask Mr. Botha, with due respect to the questions, it's valid, it's quite valid, Honorable Mataung, don't take me wrong, that you respond in writing to those questions. We are running out of time. I'm still having 2 members to speak, and I want to wrap up with quite also a number of things that I would like to discuss. The Honorable Kobani. The Honorable
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, again.
Are you in a car?
Me?
It's not a car.
No, it's not a car. It's my home.
Please proceed.
I've been listening beautifully. You know, the department, they are answering well because we must say they're the new board, but most of things what I was saying, I think they get the report from the previous, not from them. That's why the things is not correcting. It's not the one that you want because it's not theirs. They find everything now. They find that house dirty. Now they are trying, they're trying. It's not them. But in future, I'm still waiting for my database, for my Lipompo, all the district, all the municipalities. And then I want to ask something. Why the province that don't fund the project of artists in the provinces? Only the national, because national doesn't have people. The people is a local municipality. The people is a province. Why nationally you are struggling every time to answer questions because you don't have people. The people is from the ground. And the province that don't do that, why you don't work together with the province? Then to run national like that, work with provinces. Then the people from the province that must go to the province to apply. Because if you bring the Joburg people in the Limpopo, I will chase them out. Because we have a people here. I've joined another meeting. It was not a local. It was a people from Gauteng. Come in and do workshop in our province. Means you have something wrong. You must learn now because the things that you are questioning you is not you. Some they are there, but make them to correct them, to not put you in the wrong way again. It's what I see. If you say you sponsor, you give in the province, you must know the province, how many municipality, how many region, then you can say you're sponsoring them. But why you want to make us as artists like a beggar every time? Every time you make us a puppet. When someone dies, you laugh at us. You never stop the pirating music to come and destroy us in South Africa. Then we've been pirating by the government. We've been pirating by the people. We've been pirated by you. You make one offer per year. You think in 365 days, artists going to live with one offer. It can't be. Make a plan. Let's sit down and conclude the plan. Because this money every time is going to make one person to eat. I want to ask the last question. If you have an artist as NAC, you have a son is an artist. If he apply or she apply, you are going to deny her or him. You are going to say, go to someone to help you to apply because you are the mother or you are the father. You're going to make their son to qualify. Is there something that is wrong in the department? It's broke up. Family, friends, it does destroy that department. That's why today some they have been destroyed from the department. Now they are wanted. It's because of corruption. And then you must correct the thank you. Let them answer that question. If they have children who is an artist, they can deny them to give them the money.
I'm going to respond in this fashion. Thank you, Honorable Kobani. The issues raised by Honorable Kobani, Mr. Botha, and we have discussed this before, it was on this table before, is that the NAC, due to all of these controversies, the NAC owes this portfolio committee a turnaround strategy. It was the NAC who promised to give us a turnaround strategy.
Let me think about
and perhaps if we can have that turnaround strategy. The Honorable Mtetwa?
Sorry, Chair, must I not answer?
They can just submit it to us, Mr. Botha. Or you would like to say something?
No, I just wanted to agree with Honorable Kobani regarding the provinces. And I think it's important because we have a provincial committee, and I'm going to try and ask the provincial members to engage with their premiers and their MECs, because my understanding is that the provinces do get budget. I don't know the full depth of it, but they do have arts departments, and certainly it would help tremendously. Again, I don't want to bang on this drum, but we have 48 full-time employees as a result of the budget that we receive. So yeah, I support Honorable Kobani. It would definitely help artists more if we could connect with all the provinces and have, I don't know, a connected sub-branch of the NAC or something. But we will definitely address that at council level, and I thank him for that insight and agree with him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, the other issue, as I said, we are working with Andani. We're in the process of that. Once that pilot project and the detail is concluded, we'll share that. Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to find out quickly something about what was said in this meeting. I want to find out what form of communication did you use to convey the message to the special leavers, or the instruction you sent to the driver to collect tools of trade? And if possible, can they share if it is an email or communication to the driver to collect whatever form of communication that they issued to the driver to collect the tools of trade? Can they share that with us that?
Please be careful how you're going to respond to that question, because I know Honorable Mtetwa. He wants to assess whether the driver has been sent or not. Mr. Masale, please be careful for that question.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Mashale to answer that question. I don't know. I didn't issue any instructions.
Mr. Mashale?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, the letter to grant the two employees special leave does have a clause, a paragraph that indicates that they are required to surrender their laptops, cell phones, and then we were supposed to make arrangements to go and collect them. So I'm just going to check with the HR person, because she is the one that deals with the collection of the tools of trade. But then I'll confirm whether they have been collected. So that's
Mr. Mashale.
Yes.
Remember you said that the bucket is gone already to fetch.
That was the arrangement. But I've been sitting in this meeting, so I wasn't able to check with the HR person.
Okay, while we're on that point, you see, sometimes if you go the wrong direction, or let me put it, if you try to be economical with the truth, you must go and you must go and you must go. I'm going to take you to another issue. I read your minutes of the meeting. You had a meeting on 15 September. On 15 September, this NAC decided 7 days for the appointment of a service provider, right? And after that, they said we're going to give 14 days for the review to finalize. 14 days, that gives you 23 October, 23 September, whenever. Then they said to add 7 days to finalize the report. Brings you up to 15 October. 15 days to finalize the report. Now, it's either the service provider has violated the terms of the contract. And I am so tempted to ask evidence of the appointment of the service provider. Now, I'm going to read to you a very interesting point. That Ms. Julie De Fofa and Ms. Rasham Bula be granted special leave for the duration of the review. The review was 14 days. The review was 15 plus 7. The review was almost there. 20. Let me see, on the 8th of October. And this decision said that those two individuals be granted special leave for the duration of the review. Now, the review in terms of the letter and in terms of what you guys are saying, and that's why I say a lot of people, if they come to Parliament, they think members are not reading. They know we can run with their heads. And Honorable Mtetwa and Honorable Molatsani and a number of others have made serious allegations about time frames, about how entities are being run. So I don't know whether we must ask proof of all these processes after 15 September. After 15 September, they said 7 days to appoint, 14 days to review, 7 days to finalize, and then also they said for the time of the review, that is within October, these two individuals must go rest. So, yeah, talk is cheap, money is, I don't know. And I've now ignited Honorable Malatsana. I'm going to give her an opportunity. And I think there is 3 individuals, 4 on this platform. Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Kobani, and Ajabulile, and Lindy, who's the most happiest because we spent enough time on arts. Because a lot of people said it must be arts, sports, and culture, and not sports, arts, and culture. So we are spending, because we're spending a lot of money here. Honorable Malatsane, please go low.
Chair, there's one thing that I had not asked.
I'm coming back to you, Honorable Malatsane.
Okay.
Chairperson,
please unmute.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Remember, I've just asked about the issue of 14 million that was spent on legal matters. I think we can check. We've received the document now regarding those legal matters. I'm interested in one case that has cost the department 4.7 million. One case that has cost department 4.4 million. The case of PSP and normal project legal cases and Sarah and Nyatela recession. Can the department at least explain to us what was happening in that case for it to cost the department 4.7 million? And I think the other cases that I'm interested with, it's regarding this one of Ningiza Homer attorneys, legal representation for disciplinary hearing of HR manager as well as CEO Mbinan Tembu. Can the acting CEO take us through those cases, what was happening there? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malatsane, acting CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the first one, the one Nyatela and Sarah rescission of a court judgment. This case stretches back from, I think, 2018, where Mr. Nyatela had made some defamatory statements about the NAC, and the NAC took him to court, and the NAC was granted a judgment against him, which judgment he has appealed, and he lost. So we've been going back and forth, him going to court again to seek the rescission of the judgment that was made, that he must cease making defamatory statements about NEC and its officials. So that case is still going on. But what I need to tell the committee is that in all the instances where we've been where he has lost, we've been awarded costs. So our lawyers are now in the process of collecting those costs that have been awarded in our case, which will assist in defraying some of the costs that we've incurred in defending all the actions against Mr. Nyatela. That's the one. The second one is the Ningiza honor matter. I think the Ningiza are helping us with two matters. One is they are acting as the initiator in the disciplinary case involving the suspended HR manager. And also there is another case that they are assisting with, is that is the case that that Mr. Nyatela and Sarah brought to court against the previous council, where they alleged that the provincial committee members, provincial representatives, were not appointed according to what the Act says. So, so we were cited as one of the parties to that court application. So we had to engage senior counsel to help us prepare the necessary court papers to show that what Mr. Nyatela is alleging is untrue. So that's the way Ningiza comes in, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to give Honorable Teto opportunity. I'll come back to you, Honorable Molotani.
Can I just make a one follow-up, then I'll be fine? Okay. I just want to check, Chairperson. I mean, this is a lot of money for one case. 4.4 million. 4.4 million. It's a lot of money for one case. And if how didn't come here and present to the portfolio committee that NAC has spent 14 million on the legal cases when they were going to tell us as the portfolio committee, when they were going to tell us as the portfolio committee that they are spending this lot of money for the cases. And there is this one case, it doesn't have any service provider, service provided for who, but on the matter, it just said T Mashiane, and it has already cost the department, the NAC 1.5 million. Doesn't have any information, T Mashiane 1.5 million. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I share your concern, Honourable Member. I think in future, and even with other entities, if they made these court cases and amounts available, they must give a small disclaimer on what the reasons for that was. The Honourable Teto is the very last speaker. Before I'm going to close and ask the Minister also to say something.
Thank you, Chair. I just want firstly to put it to NAC that the driver has not been informed of the process to go and collect, which means that the two employees that are said to be on special leave, they still have the tools of trade, and they can, one day is enough to interfere with so much evidence. So that's what I wanted to say, that it is not true what they told us, it's not true. Secondly, Minister, I want to play with you, if you're still around. Downtown Music Hub, the department incurred so much money, and when I looked at the presentation, it spoke of disposing assets. And Downtown Music Hub is part of the history of the music industry of this country. That street is supposed to be part of the precinct that talks to the history of the music of this country. Gallo, it linked Gallo, Holt Street, Church Street. Yeah, it linked that precinct, it needs to be. So I would request, even though I know that we have this love-hate with him, between me and him, I would want to talk to him about the Downtown Music Hub, because I thought they would come up with a turnaround strategy, because government has lost too much money to then just dispose and not even think of those that have been using that particular building for rehearsals. It was not only studio, it was for rehearsals and offices for the arts and culture sector. And the last one is Chair. I want to put it to NAC that this is what happens at NAC in terms of the applications. It did indicate that NAC uses cheap labor of inexperienced staff. At some point, I got a response that says that, Eugene, your application has been rejected on the basis that you are politically connected. That was in writing, black and white. And I knew that it was not the junior staff who wrote that letter who was wrong. She had certain council members or the panel members talking, gossiping that, that one is politically connected. And she took it literally so to even put it in writing that the situation, which did not relate to it. And the reason being that, because NAC gets so much applications and the limited time to process those applications, very few applications get scrutinized properly and approved on the quality of work they intend to produce. Still, it is the modus operandi that is of picking and choosing which project should be funded without going through scrutinizing that, Minister. Probably the most chosen applications are those prioritized because of the proximity of applicants to panel members or board members, or because of political interference or proximity to the powers that be. Pure corruption also can come in, where people say, if you approve my project, I will give you something from the budget.
Please,
and these are this board must deal with this. These are the real issues that the board must deal with. I just wanted to make that. That's why I'm saying I'm offering myself to come and meet with the board, just to give them my experience, because I use my own personal experience to then put facts, because I have facts on those ones. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable members, bear in mind, we are scheduled up until 3 o'clock. Honorable Molatsani, Honorable Matahung, I still have to close and the minister still have to greet.
Chairperson, now so that I'm just waiting for the answers. Thank you, Chairperson.
I think they have responded, Honorable Molatsani, and I've also requested that some of them they must do in writing, unless there's a specific answer that you would like to have. Zoom into it. Honorable Molatsani.
You know, Chairperson, the department, at least today, the minister is here. He will hear our frustrations with the department. The department, they will say that they will respond in writing, and that respond in writing, Chairperson. You know, when you expect respond in writing, you expect the person to elaborate, to give more details, to be clearer. Clarity must be at a high point. But when we got the response, you'll get the response like in one sentence, the same way that we're going to get the response verbally. So it's very frustrating for us, Chairperson, even if we say that they will respond in writing. Unfortunately, for the time we've been in this portfolio, we are struggling to get written answers. We are struggling to get answers. Department entities, we are struggling, Chairperson. So even if we can say that they will respond in writing, Chair, I don't have...
Honorable Molotani, let me just also say this, while the Minister and the Director, Dr. Kumalo, and the Deputy Minister is in this meeting, the professional staff members, they are struggling to get simple stuff out of who's going to attend, which members or board or whatever the case may be. It is emails to and fro, and I really want us to look into that to professionalize the institution, and so that we show that necessary respect pertaining to that. Honorable Motau, is that the legacy end? Honorable members, Minister.
Yes, so Chair.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to support my honorable member Tetra regarding the downtown studio. Chair, it's a plea to the minister, the DG, and to say, you know what, if it's possible, let them do a music in Bezo and call all the artists, so that, because of we hear their cries, because of we are on the ground, especially whenever it comes to the downtown studio, for the fact that they're losing a lot in terms of now they have to go and hire expensive studios somewhere. It really, I always use the word, it kills the industry, but it's a plea, from, could be your Mpakanga musicians, could be your gospel artists, and the historical behind it, Chair. We really need to reserve the downtown studio. So it's a plea for me from the minister to say, let's save this entity, let's save downtown studio. And after saving it, let's make sure that we put all the administration systems in place so that we can never face such in the future again, to say whereby monies are disappearing and people are running away with the monies. So, Minister, it's a plea from me and for the artists in South Africa at large to say, let's save downtown studio. We know there's a lot of artists whom the downtown studio have helped them a lot, and they have houses today, they have families today, and they are living with the music today because of the downtown studio. So history, it will always be there, but let's save it, Minister. That's my plea. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, that brings us to the end, but I would like to have a few closing remarks, and I'm going to give after myself the Minister opportunity. I'm doing it the other way around today because I want to speak on behalf of the committee, because most of the time we don't have an opportunity to engage in this fashion. This is one of the only ones that we have such an extensive meetings on very important issues. And I am strongly of the opinion that there are some entities and federations that we really don't want to see anymore, because they have appeared quite a number of time before us, but that also stems from the necessity and the fact that it is of natural interest that we summons those entities to Parliament. But be as it may, Minister Dr. Kumalo, I want to give a very crisp overview on NAC, and I want to bear in mind, not that I want to take anyone's side or criticize anyone, and I'm going to have a few jabs, but please take it in a very good spirit. My observation when I went through all of these documents, I had quite very little sleep. it is infested with fraud activities. Infested with, I mean, since whatever days back and whatever parliament back. And I am actually sorry that Mr. Fofa is not in, because when I see all of these things, I would have asked some of these things directly to her, because what are we seeing here over the time? We see people that has been deputy chairs, we see people that has been interim CEOs, interim CFOs, we see interim ADMs, art development manager. Those individuals, Minister, has been directed taking into the immediate managerial position of the organizations and become deputy chairs. Some of them become arts developers, some of them, you name it, project managers, and I can mention, and I can go on and on. And if you look at that and you listen to the commissions that we currently have, so much millions are being paid. You have this one, second and third wave payments funding that has been made. 1,281 beneficiaries, 18 million. 46 beneficiaries at some stage receive 3 million rand. And then also, in along with that, was monies paid from DSEC, and also some monies at some stage we've paid where we had these 46 beneficiaries. We had 1 million rand that has been paid for admin. 1 million rand that has been paid. Also of note is irregular appointments. We have companies that has been funded twice. We have people within the organization that has been linked to these companies. We have members did not even touch the Youth Hard Work Organization, or rather the PESP project, the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. We haven't even went there and touched there, and we have some of those representatives also present here today. So even there is an investigation of a 2 million rand, where you have all of these tentacles of individuals all over the show. We also have, these twice payments. We have investigations on appointments. But here is some of the direct questions that I really want to have asked. And maybe if Mr. Botha, you as the chairperson can work on this and give us surety, give the department surety, give the parliament surety as to, how you do your audits once you disburse funds. I am curious, because if you see what happened, that warrants the question, how do you audit the funds you disbursed? You cannot audit funds that is disbursed properly if you have all of these, and pardon me, nonsense within the entity. Has there been systems in place? We should go back. I think the Honorable Malatsana said we bought it and we got it foot stewards. Has there been systems in place? For how long have these disbursements actually, been given? How long did we started this? And if there were no audit systems in place, we would really like, as a strategy, turnaround strategy, that NAC will come back and to say, listen, here's our turnaround strategy. You listen to Honorable Matawung, you listen to Honorable Kobani, their plight in the communities that they are representing, what they would really love to see in those communities. So I think also what I am very curious is to whether there's an internal audit system. We met several times with the Auditor General. We've seen several times the Auditor General, and most of these entities talked about internal audit systems. These internal audit systems, it falls apart. With that said, honorable members, I am going to just close the meeting, but I would like the Minister to touch on a few issues, what his observation is, what his promises are as the accounting authority. Minister. Please unmute, Minister. Yes, we hear you now, Minister.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Check, let me just do this. And just repeat the question, so please, Chair, I just want to make sure I heard correctly.
I've just closed. I think the department and as well as the NAC will share that with you. I just had a broad brush discussion on the observation of what is transpired with.
No, that I've heard, Chair. I thought there was a question by that.
Oh, no, there was no question.
No, I just want to say two points quickly with your permission, Chair. I just wanted to say that I agree with Honorable, miracles do happen. I agree with Honorable Mtaung that we should not reward people that strike, and when we don't reward people that are waiting for the processes to unfold timelessly. We are setting a bad precedent where the only way people will get answers from us is when they have sit-ins. That is not something, and there's just no way. So I agree with Honorable Mtaung. That's number one. Number two, on a lighter note, we can't just have colors in the ministry. I've now learned today we have two colors there. We also need an African there in the ministry. We can't just have colors in the ministry. A minister is a color, the deputy minister. So on a lighter note, I just want to say we must also give other races a chance in the ministry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Do I see another hand or is it a legacy hand?
Before Minister leave, if you allow me, Chair.
Protocol must be
the Minister is done.
I was Googling something, Chairperson, and I just want to check with the Minister. The last time he said that we mustn't believe what we read in the newspaper, which is true. I don't want to believe this, but I think I will believe it after the department and the minister have responded to it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of this.
I haven't done. I was just waiting for you to say, can I raise it or not?
Is it to do with NAC?
Yes, Chairperson.
Oh, it's not to do with VAR.
No, it's NAC, Chairperson.
Okay, please raise it, Honorable Member.
Check with the department as well, with the board as well as the minister that Charles Mabaso have Charles Mabaso being appointed somewhere as adjudicator, has been appointed as adjudicator in the multi-panel disciplinary chair. I just want to check that.
Any response?
Chair, I don't know who he is.
So then the answer
is the former employee of the department who has retired, and I'm told that he is also has gone blind. He doesn't see.
Maybe I just will check. Let me not say that. I can get back to Honorable Muletsani. Let me just check. Maybe I've met him or whatever, but I wouldn't know who that person is.
And apart from that, also, I am not sure whether it's true. I'm opening this link. Apparently, he has, the former chief director of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has re-emerged as one of the adjudicators, the multidisciplinary advisory panel at the National Arts Council.
Maybe I think the arts people should answer that, Honorable Muletsani. I don't know about that.
Okay, Minister.
Who you want to respond to that?
Chair, I think perhaps the acting CEO, or if the acting CEO doesn't know Ms. Lesala. I don't know the names of all the advisory panelists.
Oh, before they can even answer, Chair, can I just continue? So who've gained public attention in 2019 after being implicated in a 100 million funding controversy during the, yes, during his tenure as department has been appointed for 3 years term starting in fact, they say the department has appointed for 3 years term starting in 2025. That's all I want to check, Chair.
Acting CEO,
Can I ask Ms. Lesala to respond to this, please?
Okay, if Ms. Lesala has that information at her fingertips.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to the Honourable and the Chair to answer this. It's correct. Mr. Charles Mabaso is serving as a panel member under the discipline of multidiscipline. Thank you.
Honorable Molatani, I am so happy that you raised this issue, but I just want to say the following, and excuse my ignorance. There's a public amendment bill, I think this week or next week, that seeks to address exactly what you are saying, and also to address this loophole where people resign, and even on the issue of companies, it is, and I must state it, it is extremely unethical, extremely unethical. I mean, even a court of law has perhaps find this individual or a individual not guilty. I think the individual has sit and guarded and as an adjudicator over funds. And I almost wanted to say a day after that, back into the system. But I'm not sure whether it's already or it is this week, but I know there's a public amendment bill that I followed that will address exactly, and while we are on this issue, as a portfolio of sports, and we have NAC, and we have where these adjudicators are actually roaming a lot, and we have DSEC and the ministry. We should follow on this and be aware of the bill and what has transpired. Honorable members, with that said, the inputs, I am very happy, and I know that there are people in this portfolio committee, including staff individuals, that would give the committee 110 out of 100 for doing justice to the arts and the culture side of this particular arena. With that said, honorable members, I now declare this meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.